reading sprints for the Romance Readathon. I am Tiffany, just in case you are new here, and co-host and co-team leader for Team Seductress. And I have B here with me. Introduce yourself, B.
I am B. I am a co-lead for The Protectors, and my channel is Mama Needs to Read Romance. And I am so excited to be with Tiffany tonight. This is so great.
Thank you for joining me. I'm so excited. I am wrapping up a book of the month pick, which is turning out to be a romance. I thought it was going to be horror, which it has horror elements, but this is romance, historical. It should hit a lot of points. Childhood friends to lovers, in 1840s Mexico when the U.S. is invading, and they were separated. And now they're like it's almost road trip, like wartime survival, a lot of angst between them because of why he left. I'm loving it. I am loving it. It's so good. Hi, guys.
Oh my gosh, look, everybody's coming in. Oh, how fun. Oh, man.
What is everybody reading? Hi.
Oh, this is great. Well, I'm about halfway through An Earl to Remember by Stacey Reed. I know so many people that are already reading this arc. I know it's coming out, I want to say next Tuesday.
Yes.
Have you read it? Have you read it?
I have not read it. She keeps dropping gems. Like, she keeps, like, The Wolf and the Wallflower. Like, I didn't know we were getting that. I didn't know we were getting A Matter of Temptation when we got that. Like, I had no idea. So
yes. Oh, I know. And it is so good. It's oh my gosh. Okay. I don't want to go too well. I go into it a little bit. Have you probably never seen Overboard do you remember the 80s movie Overboard? Have you ever seen that one with Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn? So
Goldie Hawn is iconic. Absolutely. I have information.
Yes. So this Earl, who is a total libertine, as they call him, he's the lusty libertine. He's been with every woman. He doesn't care. Well, there's a woman who wants to be a chef on his boat, and so he's supposed to pay her. His mistress doesn't like her, so he fires her, and then he gets pushed overboard. So he's a terrible person. He's a terrible, super rich person. He gets pushed overboard. He has amnesia. And the chef, who was so furious with him, sees him and then accidentally says, because he's like, oh, you and I, we kissed, I remember, which is true, because he was trying to get with all the women. But anyway, he's like, I feel like I remember that. And all these women, these little old biddies from the village are like, he kissed you? And she goes, yes, it's because we're married. And so he's married. And so she says, you know what? He's going to pay off what he would have paid me as the chef on his yacht.
Yes!
So it is so much fun. He's this guy who was going to be with multiple women at the same time, like a couple chapters before, and now he's chasing chickens in a backyard with his little basket with little girls running after him.
He's putting him to work. Oh my God, I love that. I love that.
So it's amazing too, because only Stacey Reed could make it alternately like crazy raunchy and then hilarious and then so heartfelt that I'm like tearing up. It's like an emotional roller coaster that's like the most fun ever.
Isn't she like incredible about that? And she can give you like a very like fun and what feels like unique historical romance plot. You're like, in a historical? Really?
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to think of Kate Bateman novella that I read this month.
Yes.
Like that was funny because it was like shipwrecked and no, you're not rich, you're poor. Like that was hilarious.
Yes,
but I really, yes. Oh, and this has such a stunning cover. Is that your cover for the challenge?
Yes. I didn't see your cover. What was your cover for the challenge? I know.
Mine was Aphrodite and the Duke by J.J. McAvoy. Just because when that cover came out, it was I was shook. I was just like, it's stunning. It was only her on the cover. She was black. I was like, I loved it. There's so many covers that I'm obsessed with, but that one I'm like, it came to mind. I was like, let's get this challenge done. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I've been having so much fun.
I have not read The Hacienda, and that is next. Also, because of, I believe, I have my whole historical, like everything that I've read. I'm not going to pick up the Fallout because it's big, but I have like all the books because I just know. Where after reading The 7-Year Slip, I have got to read The Dead Romantics because I loved this. And then like, I think someone was talking about, I don't know if you mean this cover I'm obsessed with. I mean, look,
gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
I'm halfway into this. I have to read the Hacienda. I missed that, so I definitely need to read it. So I'm like, okay, I got to start going through backlists now because of what I've been reading.
I know. Yes.
The Notorious Lord Knightley by Lorraine Heath. Lorraine Heath is just auto-buy for me. I have not read that yet. I have not read.
I've heard that one. I've heard of that one.
Is that the Pembroke series? Is that part of the Pembroke series? Midsummer Bride by Katie Wilde. Yes. I love Katie Wilde. I love her I love her fantasy novellas. They're so much fun. Oh, yes. We will definitely be doing sprints too. So what are you making for dinner? I'm committed to giving you guys at least 2 30-minute sprints. B will not be able to be a part of both of them because it is late where she's at. So I will give you 2. I got like crumble cookies here. I'm like in it for the long haul. Oh yeah, they're good this week.
Oh man, you know how to live. You know how to live. I love it. I love it.
So I'm like, I promise. Hi, Mel. Oh. For the fans, that was such a surprising 5-star by Natalie K. Sports romance, stepbrothers to lovers, like very contentious, like heated rivalry. It was really good. And I love how she threw some charities in there, like of how we could be supportive around the like trauma in that book. It was really good. That one was good. I love that. Oh, I will because I'm really loving Vampire Del Norte. I need the arc that was reading to come out because how did that work out for you? Because the last time we spoke, you were reading the arc and they were on this road trip and it was getting cozy, but it was also getting steamy.
Oh yes, it got very steamy. It got even more cozy, and then the truth came out because remember they were both like hidden identities. The truth came out, and I wish I could tell you more, but it was incredible. The ending I needed to be a smidge more epic. I wound up giving it 4.5 stars.
Okay,
it was so beautiful. It was such a satisfying ending. I loved it so much. You're gonna love it. You are gonna love it.
I almost asked for the arc, and I was like, Tiffany, you're so busy. I'm so busy with everything I'm reading. So I was like, no, but I can't wait to read it.
You know, oh, sorry. The same thing happened to me I just fell in love with Erica Ridley. OMG. I just finished The Perks of Loving a Wallflower. Oh, and like it's called the Wild Winchester series. I have never read her. I've never read that series, obviously. It's incredible. It reminded me of Tessa Dare. Like you're falling in love with this entire ensemble cast. It's orphans. They're adults, but they were orphaned together and they create this found family. And then they're like solving cases and righting wrongs. And there's all these fun novellas of these women like overthrowing the man. Oh my gosh, my phone. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
But
oh my God.
I was already going into the backlist. I bought all the novellas. I started putting other stuff on my wish list. And then I saw that her next book in the Wild Winchester series is coming out in September. And I was like, oh, I could get the arc. And I'm like, no, I have no time. I have no time.
I know, no time, right? That's my favorite when you get like obsessed, okay?
Yes.
And they become your friends and you have to have all of the books.
Yes.
That is my favorite.
I know. I was so bummed because it's not on any play. I couldn't find it in my library. So I was like, all right, it's on Audible. And I'm buying novellas on, whatever.
And you're like, I guess I'm doing 3 credits at a time because that's just what this is. Right?
100%. That is exactly right.
I'm like, it's only $11 a book. It's $11 a book. It's less than a paperback. And then I start doing that. Yeah.
It's like you're in my house. It's like you're in my house. Yes. And I was talking to Rachel about it because I posted that I was going to be reading the Perks of Loving a Wallflower. And Rachel was like, I think she gave it 5 stars. She just loved it. And of course, with all Tessa Dare, we know that we're very much on the same page. And she said that the series kind of was hit or miss for her. So that helps me to not have crazy high expectations going in, which I'm kind of glad about because I don't want to have like too high expectations. But I want to read this entire series.
When
So,
I hear hit or miss, I hear there's going to be multiple books for me within the series. Because lately with Goodreads reviews, like my mantra has been, "Girl, just pick it up." Because like
yes,
I picked up books where like even like Vampires del Norte, like
yeah,
there were like less than favorable reviews, but
yes,
primarily I think the people that read it were like horror readers, and so like I get it, but I'm like, this sounds like my cat, and I'm absolutely loving it.
I'm
So I'm
so
like,
glad.
I just gotta pick them up.
You said, unless I misheard you, it's romance, but you thought it was horror.
I did because of the Hacienda that
Okay.
released earlier. I think it was like last year. I had that on my TBR and forgot to it. And
Mm.
so I thought, like, when I was picking the choices on Book of the Month, I thought, like, oh, this is going to be like another horror book from her because that's what Hacienda was. But
Yes, I see. Well, good
it's
for her
early.
to go on different
Okay.
genres.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so glad. I'm so glad. Oh, that's
love it.
great. Yay.
Okay, so I've got to Dark Wolf because this is my historical romance queen. Okay, so
Oh,
yes, like
get
she's like
out.
her knowledge just kind of like shocks me. All the books that she's read, I'm going to her for all of like my medieval historical romances. Like she is, I call Christy from Christy Reads a Lot the Vault because of how much she's read. Her Goodreads
Oh,
is my
yeah.
go-to, and
Yes.
like, so I'm gonna be looking up what you're reading right now because I trust.
Oh,
I
oh, that's
recently
great.
read this year. I was in a book slump, and she gave me War Prize to read, which I absolutely loved that. So I'm like, let
Oh,
me see what she.
oh.
Yeah,
How you were in a book slump?
yeah.
You
I
were a
mean,
short slump.
yeah, it was for a couple days. It was after reading The Writer's Retreat by Julia Bartz. And you know what? I was like more upset at myself because I should have just DNF'd it. I told myself
Mm,
I was going to DNF books. And by the time I was at 70% in the audiobook, I was like, oh, I'll just continue. And I should have just put that book down. It just didn't, it wasn't working for me. And I love the bonkers plot. I love unlikable characters. I love bonkers plot.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
just didn't work for me. And I was like so mad that I wasted my time. I could not land on a book. I was in like surfing through 8 different books. And normally I can hold my, like it holds my attention. I know exactly where I am in that book and I could pick up where I left off. Nothing was hitting. And
Mm.
War Prize hit for me. So I was like, she got me.
Oh, good. Oh, that's wonderful. That's
Yes.
really great. Yeah,
Oh yes, truffle cookies. They're my favorite. I have to like I had to splurge on a box for sprints. So I'm so excited. We were going to be doing 2. What are you reading for? So you're going to be reading the Stacey Reid arc?
yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to be watching your face.
It's all over. It's all over the place. I mean,
Oh,
it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
because
Yeah.
like, oh, Katie Wild. I love Katie Wild. I love her one on a horse trope instead of the one bed. It's like riding a horse. Like
One horse.
she does that really well. I'm like, girl.
I've seen that in Highlander, and I'm like, is that realistic? I feel like that would hurt. I can't picture that.
Well, I mean, it's never like what we were talking about during the Novellathon. It is so like I like the horseback because it makes sense. It's like if you're like traveling, something happens. There's so many perils on the road. Okay, like so I feel like things happening in carriages, things happening on horses. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense, but I love in my contemporaries, is when you have like a forbidden romance, and it seems like the blanket that steam is happening under amongst other people is impenetrable. Like no one sees the blanket moving, no one knows what's going on. Like that seems so unrealistic, but like we go with it, right? So I like the
I read that in a Kristen Callahan. I was like, I'm going with it. All right.
I love Kristen Count.
Hot Shot. Hot Shot. Did you read Hot Shot?
Yes. Yes. Like I read Banished first.
Yes.
Then I read Hot Shot, and I was like, you know, because I'm very like, I want a doll. I don't want juvenile. Right? And because I get in these like moods, and her writing. Oh my God, it's so funny.
It's so good.
That book.
She can describe a man's body. I love it. I love it.
I'm like longing, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm thirsting here. Yeah, I love Kristen Keller.
Have you read Make It Sweet?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
That was an author where I was like, I'm reading everything this is written. I was so excited about her. I'm
Yes.
obsessed. I
Yes.
did. I read Make It Sweet, and at that time it was on KU for read and listen. So I was flipping through her stuff. Yeah, yeah.
And I think that was Jacob Morgan too.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I was like, let me find an inn to go check into after that. Yeah,
I know, right? Oh my gosh, that was so perfect. Oh yes,
it was so good. It was so good. Oh, and girl, I love the 7-Year Slip, The Art of Scandal. I'm not sure. I haven't read that. Was it by Colleen? Yeah, me and Mel have a buddy read that we need to do.
Oh,
and it's gonna
fun!
be him. I believe it's medieval as well, historical, between a bodyguard romance and a king. That's like gonna be usurped. So I'm gonna start that as soon as I'm done with this Mel. And then this criminal intention series that she's talking about, Robin for Paperbacks and Planners sings its praises and like different books. I like going on her channel. She does recent reads, and like every time I'm getting gems from her. So I have to start these. And these are like on the shorter side, which is great for this readathon because they hit the LGBTQ, 50 plus points, and the romance. I might do that too now. Instead of thank you. I might do that too. Yes.
There it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Because, and that's what drew me in with the Hacienda, because everyone was talking about one, like the historical elements she's bringing in to her books, as well as she has like a forbidden romance with the priest. And then I also like magic with the K, or like brujas in books as well. Like that is like founded in like ancestral, like, historical ties. I love that stuff. So I'm like, she's my alley. I'm loving it. Oh yes. Oh, I'm not kind. It's just the truth. It's just the truth.
I love it.
She's read everything. Like she's just a well of knowledge. So if you're not following her on Instagram, you need to follow her. Because it's just the truth. I'm just speaking facts here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And it's not Julia Bart's fault. It just was not for me. And I get really upset when I see that.
I tell you, I had to DNF a book the other day too. I was reading a contemporary, just trying to mix it up, reading a contemporary and Indigo. And of course, Indigo is so epic. And then the contemporary I'm reading, it's like, I just want to get high and cheat on my boyfriend. And I'm like, okay.
Okay, now
Indigo. I'm done.
You're like, no, not throwaway contemporary me, no.
But I was just like, I don't have time for this person. This character is just irritating me, especially with Esther from Indigo is like the coolest protagonist I think I've ever read.
Oh,
and then we compare it with the other girl in this other book. I'm like, come on,
you got through Indigo. You loved it.
I did. I loved it
because I know it's heavy. I know it can get like it's heavy. So
that first part, I was like, that's why I went on. I was so thankful we had the Discord because I got on. I was like, I know I sound like a first class weenie, but I don't know if I can do this. I mean, I was crying. That prologue. It's like all of the sad things. It was like watching the movie Up, like the first 8 minutes of the.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Up makes me cry too.
Right? Okay, sorry.
It's Pixar. They know how to pull on your heartstrings. Pixar will mess you up.
Yes, they will.
I cannot with Pixar. It's Pixar in general. Like you really go through, you're like, they're making me cry every single time. I love it though. I love it though. Yeah. Up is.
I know. Okay, so
I know. It's
so good.
Okay, we're gonna do a sprint soon. I just want to engage with your comments. Oh my gosh. Yes, I have. I've seen both of them.
Oh, the show. I was like, is that a book too? I was thinking of the show. Yeah, Love Island.
And I'm not sure. I was talking about a lot of authors. I've been talking about a lot of authors. I'm surprised we're keeping up. I'm throwing out
Oh,
MSP.
Jacob Morgan. Yes. His voice
Yeah,
is
it's so freaking
yes,
good.
it is. So good.
It's eargasms, like Shane Easton's tagline, like eargasm. Love it.
Yes.
It's so good. Yeah. Oh, I cannot wait. I want to get into because Cole McCade. I want to get into Cole McCade for sure because they're like I like short bite-sized things. And yes, that's what I said. I'm gonna be meeting Beverly. She's coming to Vegas on the 21st of October. Yes, and she's gonna be. And I'm trying to figure out how do I get tickets. And the library is like, oh, it's an open event. And I'm like, how do I guarantee that I'm seeing Beverly? Like, they think I'm being too intense. So I'm trying to like make sure that like I don't need to get a ticket. She's gonna be at like this library signing on the 1st of October. And like I'm so excited.
That's so exciting. Oh my gosh. I hope you get to see her. Oh, and then you have to like vlog it or something. Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely going to be doing that. And then I want my dad to fly out because he's been wanting to meet Beverly Jenkins. And I keep trying to explain to him, like, he was so upset about missing the Readers Take Denver like signing because I told him like that's going to be a really big signing. You're not just going to be like paying to see Beverly. And then he saw like Christy's vlog and like Christy was right in front of Beverly. You know what I mean? So I like I felt so bad. It was going to be that like they would have that much time or access to her. I didn't know. And then a Polycon, I didn't get tickets for that. So I'm just happy that she's going to be here. Like I'm freaking out. So I'm going to slowly start going through that backlist, doing rereads. I want to reread Nighthawk. It's like one of my favorite covers of her. Just the like bare the, you know. So.
Oh boy.
I'm so excited.
Can we ask Melody, what is the name of the book with the romance where the partners are investigators and one is a werewolf? I need to know. Inquiring minds need to know. That looks really cool.
What?
I know.
I thought she was talking about Cole McCade.
Oh,
romance where their partners invest. Wait, what? Yeah, drop that in the chat.
Yeah, really. If it wasn't the Cade one. It's called Big Bad Wolf. Oh, all right. I know. Oh boy. Stephanie. I love it.
Yeah, my dad's gonna be coming. I can't wait. Okay. Well, we gotta do that. Is she a thick girl? How long is she? Let us know. We're gonna do that 30-minute sprint because I want to make sure I can at least check in with B before she has to head out after which. And I am promising 2 sprints. So, and I mean, I'll be on here. It was going to be my first reading sprints, like doing it by myself. So if there's anyone that wants to hop on while I'm on, I at least want to, because I see Crystal in here.
Oh,
I know. I'm like, I can send you the StreamYard link. We'll give you some time.
Like, Crystal's like, oh, I just got here.
She's like, oh, no. Like, oh.
And she's a seductress. She's a fellow seductress.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
I just realized I'm looking at my phone. This is totally random, but I had texted my husband something just as we were starting, and I left it on like voice, and I have pages of everything I've said texted to him that I'm now deleting because he's not going to want any of this.
Oh my God.
Stacey Reed. Yeah, my husband's going to be like, what is this?
I hate when Siri does that though. I'm like, Siri, stop. At least pretend like you're not surveilling what I'm doing.
I know,
like,
right?
Just pipes in and I'm like, girl, you know I'm not talking to you.
Yes. I say that to her every day. I didn't get that. I know you didn't get that because I wasn't talking to you. That's
right. Why. Or she reads me for filth because I won't put like all of my information in there. They have it anyway. And she's like, I don't know who you are. Because I won't put the ID in there. And I'm like, good girl, keep it moving. Because I'm not talking. Oh, yes, let me DM you. DM me, and I'll send you the link. Okay, so this is the recommendation. I am sorry. No. Another person that feeds me great books. Joan Baxter, Black, Jacoby DM. It's a done deal.
Ooh. Oh, boy. Oh,
I
how
love
fun.
chocolate. Like it's a done deal. Thank
Oh,
you.
very cool.
Melissa is like,
Yes.
oh yay! I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I am so glad that you won. That like I was so happy. I was so happy.
Oh,
I'm
I
glad
love
you
that book
came.
so much. I love
Yeah,
that book so
I was like so excited about that.
Mhm. Oh, that's awesome.
Right? That's so wonderful. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. And we
yeah,
are gonna
that's
sprint.
sweet.
I'm gonna get it together because that at least give me like 4 minutes with you before you have to jump off. We're gonna do
Oh,
we're gonna do
I
30
can be I
minutes,
can be a little bit flexible. I can be a little flexible. I was just, it's fine. It's fine. I'll
but
be a
you
little
know. Okay. I just want to respect because I'm
Oh, you're
long
so
winded.
Yeah,
I
go
am.
for it.
And so I was
Yeah.
like, you know what, this time I'm gonna give the people some sprints because I'm a chatty Cathy.
I
And
love
yeah.
it. I love Yeah, I'll probably
But
just jump off before the second sprint. I'll just do that. I'm in
okay.
my I'm in my bedroom, and my husband also is an early bird, and so he'll be like, "Can I go to bed now?" And I'm like, "No, I'm busy
Exactly.
talking. I'm talking." No, I'm just kidding. So
I'm
I'll do
gonna have
that.
some girls. I'm gonna be well, maybe I won't announce it, but I'm gonna be moving things around. Let's just say that. So I'm very excited. So my wife is gonna
Oh.
themselves as well.
Oh, oh,
Yeah. I'm
oh.
I'm excited. It's gonna change my Halloween decor, but I'm
Oh,
excited about
stop.
it.
Oh, I cannot wait.
I'm starting next month. So like
Yes.
I've been like really hard on myself because I'm like, girl, you are not producing these videos, but like my October content is because I love Halloween. So I'm like, that's okay. We'll
I
turn
still
it
remember
Halloween.
I don't think I'm making this up, but I feel like I still remember from a year ago, like, your nails at Halloween and just how
Oh,
fun.
and it's
Or
like,
maybe
and
even your
there's so
Christmas
much shit to hear. Like, I'm gonna be bobbing for apples. I'm gonna be in these cornfields. I'm doing these. I'm so excited at my TBR. And then like
Yes.
because of last year, I've got all the wrecks. So I'm like, you know what? It'll be lit soon. It's okay.
Oh, I'm
And
so
I'm
excited.
gonna start decorating next month. I'm like,
Yes.
because my Halloween decorations are so elaborate, and I'm gonna start buying next month. I do have
Yes.
a problem with that, but I have a budget for it.
Nice.
So I'm gonna start adding more.
Oh, boy. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, it's so fun. It's so fun.
So
I
I'm
love it.
like, okay,
Yay.
so I have our um let's see, bookshelves, a little
Yes.
dark academia vibe.
That's it. That's what it's
Um,
called. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
So I figure we'll sprint for 30 minutes and then we'll discuss. Let me
Yes.
know really how far you guys got. I'm always interested in that because I feel like I'm slow.
And Crystal said I'd join. I don't know if the I'd join would be like I'm going to join or I would join.
Okay, so I'm gonna DM you both the StreamYard link. So I will get to that during our sprints.
How fun.
All right,
Awesome.
we will come back. Let me get us prepped. Let's do
Let's
it. And I'll mute
let's
myself because I can be animated when I'm reading. I
But I
recognize.
love that. Someday you have to do it and not mute yourself. Okay, sorry.
Like not put music on it. My bad. Okay. Happy reading.
I love it. Okay, I'm in mute too. Oh man. That was so
I
much.
know. That was an abrupt cut for me.
Yes, me too. How is it going?
It's going very well. We're in the height of war. I will say, we have a guest.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, so
How are you?
I'm doing good. I've kind of been not around as much. I've been busy, but I'm excited that I could just hop in last minute.
Yes, it's so good to see you face to face.
Yes.
What are you reading?
I am reading the Midsummer's Bride. It's book 4 in the Katie Wilde Deadlands series. So it's part of the fantasy world.
Oh my God, I love her. Are you loving it? Is it good?
Yes, I just started, so I'm not even, the chapters are a little long, so I'm not through the first chapter, but it's very interesting. Our heroine is a queen that is stuck with a curse and is dying and is about to die. And there's a prophecy that she's going to meet her, the barbarian, the hero that's going to save her and help her win back her kingdom. And so as a last resort, she's going to free a prisoner that's a thief. And hopefully that's going to be the prisoner or the hero that's going to help her get her kingdom back. And so she's just now meeting him. So it's very intriguing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so good. Crystal!
Hi.
This is great.
Hi.
Hi, yay, it's a full house.
This is great. This is great.
It's so good to see you both face to face. I got so excited. And now you're making me want to get back into Katie Wilde. What are you reading, Crystal?
I just finished A Daughter of a Drowned Empire by Frankie Diane Malice. So that's like the first book. So that was really good. I finished that this morning. But I just started The Perks of Loving a Wallflower for the Buddy Read.
Please.
I just finished that yesterday. Oh, Crystal, you're gonna have so much fun.
Okay.
Oh my God,
I love it.
So I'm
I think
curious.
it's my first sapphic romance I've ever read, so it's going to be interesting.
Oh, that's great. I think I started with Sapphic, and I did want to ask, like, what's been everyone's favorite either rec that you've gotten for the Readathon or just like book that you've read this month for the Readathon? Because I'm still trying to figure out what my favorite is.
That's a tough
So
one.
hands down for me is The Highwayman right now. It's by Kerrigan Burns. So
Yes,
that's like it's up there with Again the Magic for me. Like it's already like a top fave.
Oh my God, Again the Magic is like an all-time fave. And I love The Highwayman. That prologue is a gut punch. It's so good.
It hurts so good.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to pick. I'm like, what? Well, I did finish A Tao Bower because I got like about 70% into it, and then I finished it this month. So that was a favorite. I would have to say maybe for me, I think maybe Lady Derry Takes a Lover. Even though this wasn't 5 stars, it's like, it definitely, like, I still think about it. It was so cozy. It was so charming. Like, I loved this. So I'm probably going to try to make my way up to the newest release this month. Because it's like much easier for me to just sit and binge read than to talk about what I'm reading. So I need to like, I've had to take a pause and like do some filming, which is always like hard.
Oh yeah, we have to do that too.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, let's pause and talk about the books.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I need to check out that werewolf romance that you're talking about.
Yes. Yes.
Indigo.
Big Bad Wolf. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know I need to read I have not read her yet. And I remember when it was going around. So now that like B is caught in the rapture, I need to check it out.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Earl to Remember, it's really good. It's really good.
Oh my God. I wish I would have gotten an arc. I can't wait. It's coming out soon though. It's coming out soon.
Next Tuesday. Tuesday, a week from today.
Oh, so during the readathon, we might have to do like a group read for that.
Yes.
The whole series.
Yes.
I have, okay, so a werewolf and like MM investigative duo. I have to get into that.
What's not to love? What's not to love? That sounds amazing.
I'm obsessed with Tal Bauer right now. His MM romances are just so like sweepingly romantic. They're so
good. Well, that's why for me, I would either say my favorite so far of the readathon would be One Night in Heartswood, the arc that's coming out in November. But it's the MM romance where they both have hidden identities and they're on this road trip together, and it's just so achingly romantic. Oh, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge when it comes out. And then, or the sapphic one, The Perks of Loving a Wallflower, because now I'm obsessed with the entire series. So,
oh my God, yes,
I love it.
Yeah,
I'm loving.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, you got like a series obsession. Like, I think I have, because I've read certain books within the Grand. I know this is the Palace of Rogues, but I think of like, the Grand Palace at the, Tums. That's what it's called in the series. Like, I'm like, okay, I got a series obsession. So, what about you, Lynn? What's your favorite?
Yeah.
So I had these grand plans of reading historical romance, and I'm currently reading When the Beauty Tamed the Beast, which is the Eloisa James #2. I'm only about 50% in. I was hesitant because the first couple Eloisa Jameses I've read, I didn't like. They didn't work for me, but this one's really good. So I think that's going to be my favorite historical, but I have gotten pulled into a couple urban fantasy series, and that's really all I've been wanting to read. So I'm in the middle of the Changeling series, and so I just finished Tangle of Need and about to go into Heart of Obsidian, so that'll be my next audiobook. I'm loving that series. I've been kind of picking it up about 1 or 2 a month for about 6-ish months now. And then I also started the Dark Hunter Legends series by Sherilyn Kenyon, and I've been loving that series too. So I'm in a major urban fantasy paranormal phase.
No wonder you don't want to pick up anything else. And Heart of Obsidian is like iconic. You're like on your way to like one of the most iconic books in that entire series.
Yeah, I was reading it during Tangle of Need during a trip. I was visiting my family, and so I had a 8.5-ish hour drive, and so I finished Tangle of Need in the middle of the drive, and so it was like I didn't have Heart of Obsidian ready, but that last chapter I was like, oh my God, I have to pick it up now. But clearly I had to pick up a different audiobook first because I was in the middle of driving, so I had to get one that I already had, which is why I picked up When Beauty Tamed the Beast or Tempt the Beast, whatever that one was.
Yeah.
So, but yes, I'm like so excited. But yeah, I had great plans to read historical, and now I'm just all of the urban fantasy.
Well, but everything counts. That's why I love how this readathon is like structured. We have a month long. Everything counts. Like I'm living.
Yeah.
Because I can basically all the things that I keep saying I'm gonna read and like knock them down. So I plan on really kicking it into gear. After it came out, I really plan on kicking it into gear and knocking out a lot of the books that I've been meaning to get to. I plan on throwing up planes. So
nice.
Yeah, I just
talk about strategy.
I just finished that fantasy romance, and I was toying with starting. I never read Carissa Broadbent, The Serpent and the Wings of Night. So I'm like, now I'm in a fantasy mood because now it's getting fall. But I'm like, okay, I got to stick to some of my historical stuff. So like, I just want to read fantasy now.
Slaying the Vampire Conqueror is like, look at this stunning cover.
Oh, let's see it.
And like this, like her freaking hardbacks are it. Like they're just it. Like I almost got the entire series because I love her hardback. But I love this.
Yeah,
and I still need to read the Wings at Night. I'm glad I started with that because it's still, people kept saying it's still in the universe and I could still read it. What's up with like of course you can't choose. You read Block Shot, The Heart Principle. You're over here reading bangers. Yeah, you can't pick. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Boy by Elle Kennedy.
Wait, Good Boy. I don't know that one. I love Elle Kennedy and Serena Bowen.
Apparently, I need to read Julianne Long because everyone's reading her right now. I feel like
She's so good.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's this. I think about 4 times I've recommended the Maiden Lane series by Elizabeth Waite, and like Julianne Long is just, they're like cozy, and they are giving me that vibe of like I'm falling in love with side characters and hoping that they get their own romance. Like it's a whole like just like robust like cast. She does that really well. And like it's got the cozy in vibes. Like I just love them. And all of the audiobooks are on AnyPlay. They're easy to get. They're on like my library, like Libby app, Hoopla. So I'm like, they're just easy to pick up and they're lovely. Like,
yay.
So good. Oh my God. See, I need to get to the last in the series. I need to get to it because I keep hearing that it delivers. So I'm like, I could see myself binging it. I just have to like get a lot more structured as to how I'm going to be updating.
Yes.
I have like a lot of long form vlogs that I'm doing that are taking a long time. So like Death Note and stuff like that. So
nice.
I haven't heard of this one.
His Pretty Little Burden. Amber, are you vlogging? Because I love her vlogs.
Oh,
I feel like we're just like hanging out when I watch hers. So I love
that's the best. That's the best.
Yeah, like I just feel like we're chilling when I watch her vlog. So I hope you're vlogging. I need to pick up Minx too by Sophie Lark. I still haven't read that.
Oh, I've been seeing that one a lot.
I need to just get all of the Sophie Larks. It's like they've been on my TBR forever, but I've only read Ivan and Snow.
Oh, and well, that's a really good start.
It is a good start, but it's like I have this feeling that if I start the Brutal Birthright series, like that's all I'll read all of those and then all the Kingmakers, and that's all I'll read for a month.
Right? No, yeah. I mean, that's how I feel about side chain leads. Like you were talking about, the reason why I keep, and I think you have a good tactic of picking up 2 a month, because I'm currently working on getting through that as well as Immortals After Dark. I have not finished Immortals After Dark because I feel like if I commit to that, that's all I'm going to be reading. I know that's all I'm going to be reading.
So I really want to read those.
Right? I really want to read them. And like every year, I love it. Every year, it seems like someone's doing a readathon centered around them. I don't finish them. Like I need to finish them because I just don't want them to be done. Like I don't want it like to run out.
Someone said in our last live that Cressley Cole is the Lisa Kleypas of paranormal.
Yep.
Yes. Agreed.
She's followed by, as soon as the used bookstore hits me, because I have an alert for her, anytime they get anything, I go in and pick it up. I doesn't matter. I've read it. Yep.
Yes.
Awesome.
I need to read, Shadow Seduction is the next one, but I can't find it anywhere, so I'll probably skip it and go to Wicked Abyss.
Yeah.
But that's the next one. Those are the quote next ones for me. But yeah, I hard binged those in like 3 months, and so I had to take a break, and I still need to go back.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
I'm like, they're so good. I think I'm on book 5, so I need to get back to it.
That's like the peak. My favorites are in like the 5 to 9-ish range.
Those are the ones I have. Oh, that's so cool.
Oh,
yes.
I'm so excited.
But B, this isn't a series you can just jump in wherever. You have to read it concurrently, in my opinion.
Okay.
In order.
Yeah, in order. Right. That's the thing. So that's why I'm like,
Is this the Immortals After Dark, right? Has to read it in order.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
very interconnected.
Okay.
I think there might be places that you can jump in, but you get a much better picture if you read them in order.
Okay. Same thing for the side changing one too by Naomi Singh. Is that right?
Wait, what'd you say?
There's so many good. Is it the same thing as well for the side changing series? Because like, there's so many paranormal series I want to get started on, but there's like so many books. I'm like,
I would think that one even more so because it's so funny. Like I would think that because you need to understand the world that you're in. Yeah, definitely. And like in the pair, definitely need
Yeah.
Immortals After Dark. Okay.
Immortals After Dark is more plot driven, and you see a lot of the characters over time, and so you need to know, okay, what's been happening in the world. And whereas Psy Changeling is more politically motivated, as far as the characters go, you can probably jump into the new characters, but where politically you are is harder to figure out.
And just the world,
Okay.
like the world set
Yeah.
up and their abilities and why
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, see,
I mean-
I need to read Six Scorched Roses because I think that's the novella, and that's also one that I can read without Serpent and Wings at Night. So yes, Carissa Rabbit.
Mhm.
But wait, what were you saying, Lynn? Because
I think I was done.
okay.
I don't think you interrupted me, but please tell me if there was a hanging thought, because I'm definitely spacey.
It felt done. It felt
Well,
done.
speaking of reading in order, I tried to read the latest Julianne Long book after not reading any of the previous books, and it didn't work for me. That was the
That's too
because the book that I read within this series was, I think it was book 4. And it's like the Christmas cover. I read that book, and the inn has already been established, and I was fine reading that book. But going back to the beginning, it's nice to kind of see, I can kind of see now, like the plot of basically book 1 set up book 2 fairly well. And like, I can see that there's an overarching plot. So that's really interesting here, because I definitely plan on going from beginning to end, where I think I've read one other one and it didn't work out of order, but the Christmas one did. So that is good to know.
Yeah, thank you, April.
In general, I'm a read in order type of person, so I would never really choose to pick up something in the middle of the series unless I like actively am like, I don't think I would like this one.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've skipped books.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely skipped books in series.
That's why it's so helpful to have all your friends, like your bookish friends, saying you're gonna like this, you're not gonna like this. I mean, that's the best.
There's a major book I skipped in the Fallen MC series by Gianna Darling. I skipped it because I'm like, I don't want to die. Like I don't want my emotions to kill me. And like I was fine. Yeah. But like yeah, I'm notorious for that. I will skip books, and I'll also like omit from collecting. Like I typically like to collect my favorites within a series. I won't necessarily need to have all of the books within a series on my shelf. If I didn't love that book, I won't buy it. So it's a little off. And like sometimes I will. Like if I'm at a used bookstore and I have them all there, like Psy Changelings, I just recently bought. Let's see if I can reach. I just recently bought like a bunch of these. And like they're not in order, and I don't have all of them, but I just recently bought like a ton of them. And I don't have all of them, but that's fine. And I don't even know what my favorites are because I haven't finished it, but that's okay. But if I've read a series and I didn't like absolutely love every book, I don't buy every book.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's just me.
No, that makes sense.
I would unhaul books that I don't like. I don't buy a ton of books because expensive, and I live in a pretty rural area. Not like full on country, but I don't have access to bookstores, so it's like it's a hassle for me to get books that are used or whatever. And so it's like it's rare for me to find a book and get it, and it's like if it's not bringing me anything, I'll just unhaul it.
Sure.
So yeah, completely fair.
Yeah, it depends on the author for me too as well. If I like Lisa Kleypas, if I can find all of hers, or all of like Julie Garwood, all of those, I'm gonna find those, even if I don't like them all, because I just like love those authors. So
exactly, yeah,
really fair.
I like to hear how we all buy and collect. Okay,
yeah.
So I'm leaving certain ones. I'm leaving up because later on, because I'm not taking pictures, I'm gonna go back and write these down. That's what I do, and it makes it easier when I'm scrubbing. That's why.
Yes.
So I can go, oh, that's where that rec is, though. Okay.
So smart.
Yeah.
So smart.
Amber, please log.
I love it.
I know I need to get to Minx. Maybe we need to do like another. I mean, I know it happens all the time. Maybe we need to do another IAD readathon or something, or just like over. Maybe just solely on Discord, like a buddy read, because I need to get through them.
Yeah.
Yes,
Every-
there will be more sprints. I've committed to doing at least 2. B will have to pop off,
Yeah.
but I'm committed to doing at least 2. I've gotten through 1. I can do 2 more. I've got 3 more crumble cookies left. Don't judge me if I finish on this live.
I can really do one sprint.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on how much we talk, how much longer.
Right? Okay.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, Cressley Cole is it.
2
Yeah,
more
she's-
this year?
Oh, I need to catch up.
That's what I'm saying. Oh well, giving me ideas.
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's a good point.
That's like the best.
There's a paranormal one from Karen Marie Moaning. I think it's the Fae one. I forget what it's called.
There's
I think
the
there's 3 in that one that I'm going to read.
Dark Fever, and then there's the Highland one that's more time travel-y.
Yes.
Yeah, I have only one of the Highland one. I think it's like book 6. So I'm like, I saw like a book store, like a book sale. So I'm like, so I got the first 3 in the Fae Fever one. So I'm definitely gonna try to read that this fall.
Yeah, me too. Yes. I got the Fever series and the Highlander series. I really like her writing.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't read her before, but I'm like, I definitely want to read them. So I'm like,
I was going to read the Highlander series. Well, I've read the first book and it was interesting, but then it fell by the wayside, and now I'm like, but I did want to read the rest of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard so.
I need like the Discord with the buddy read tabs. I'm like, oh yeah, like it's been really helpful just having like everyone's like comments, and like even when I get to it, I'm like, okay, cool. Like I need a little nudge to pick these things up.
Yes.
Again, I'm loving it, like Readathon. Like it's so helpful. Like this is nice. You know?
Yeah.
Dark Hunter not okay, potato chips. I need to do that.
Yes. They are like that. The fantasy lover, Tiff, you would probably really like the first one. The first one's kind of a prequel. It's fantasy lover. And our hero is trapped in a book and is summoned as a sex slave periodically. And so it's a very interesting take. Yes. It was a very interesting take on like a view of sex work and kind of sexual promiscuity. And it was very interesting. I wasn't sure if it was going to be handled well, and I thought it was handled impeccably.
And he sounds indentured. That
yes,
sounds like
he is. He is cursed. He is cursed to live in this book. And yeah, and so it's very interesting because our heroine is like very much like she's kind of a rut. If I want to say she's gotten out of a bad relationship or something like that. And so she's like, her best friend summons it as kind of like a joke, like, help me get out of my rut, like help me find a man that can actually pleasure me. And then the whole thing is then she doesn't to free him, they can't have sex. So it's
what is going okay. Wait, I'm finding it right now.
We're back to Love Island again.
What is it?
So it's called Fantasy Lover.
Fantasy Lover. Okay.
Wow.
The audiobook is really good for it too.
Oh, awesome.
Who's the author?
I'm totally reading that. That sounds so good.
Who's it by?
Sherilyn Kenyon. I have the first book in the series. I don't have the prequel.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Oh my god.
Come on, $46 hardcover.
Yeah, I got the first book, Night Pleasures, as a at half price books for $8. But this is the first book in the series, but I recommend reading Fantasy Lover first. I tried reading the first book and I got like 2 pages in before they referenced the characters from the first book, and I was like, oh nope, we're gonna go to the prequel.
Oh my god.
Smart.
I'm totally doing that. Oh, I want to. Because I need to
That's very cool.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I need to get to her series. Yeah.
I read the first book. I haven't moved on. It's kind of 50 Shades of Grey also because it has like Dom Sub and BDSM also in it.
I own them. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good deal. I'm reading that.
Heather Howell was talking about this, specifically the Night Pleasure. So I'm like, I think it's already on my TBR.
Oh,
So if you read it, we're reading it together.
Which one?
Freaking Fantasy Lover.
Yeah.
Fantasy Lover?
I'll
Wait, are we doing-
pause
are we
until
doing
y'all
more?
catch up to me because
Okay,
I
okay.
just finished book, so it's 2/3. So Fantasy Lover, then Knight's Pleasure, then Knight's Embrace, and then I'm on the next one, so I can
Because I'm
pause and
almost done
join.
with this. I have a buddy read with Mel. We're reading Scorch.
Mhm.
Okay. And then I will. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't want to push myself on you, but I will definitely.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna
Good game.
I love it.
make sure.
Yes.
I promise another sprint. Oh, we're already set
Yeah.
up. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm totally checking to see if my Libby app has that now.
and I promise to be.
Yes.
It's late.
This was so much fun. I'm so glad
Bye,
we did this.
Dee.
I'm so excited to meet you, Lynn, and see all my other girls again. And this was so much fun. I'm going to go to sleep, but you guys have fun sprinting.
Yes,
catch up
thank
later.
you so much for popping on, B.
Oh my gosh, so happy to do it. I'll see you guys later. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
I love her.
Yeah.
She's so freaking.
So an 8 weeks wait. Oh, that sucks. That's okay.
8 weeks wait for from the library.
It's on
For the book,
Hoopla too. It's on Hoopla too.
Is it?
Yeah. Because that's how I got it.
It's hard. Okay, it's hard for me. See, the audiobook's available, but I'm like, I'm not really an audiobook. I can do dual kind of a thing. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
So
I think both were on Hoopla. I did the audiobook.
Can I send it to you? How do you do that? You know how like.
But also.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry.
Also,
have you
I was just.
Fantasy Lover? Sorry, I'm so like. No, Tim, have you read Fantasy Lover?
No.
You have read it? Okay.
So I'm like, but if I sick, I could probably send it to you. If we buddy read it, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
But the other thing that's great that I forgot to mention is that this was early 2000s, and there are amazing references as well.
Oh, so the nostalgia! Oh,
the nostalgia is pretty great.
Oh, I love that. Cool. I'm excited because this sounds right up my alley. I'm here for it, and I want to know why the hardcover is $46. It must be good.
Yeah, that's.
It's insane, right? Sometimes I'm like, yeah, crazy. Some of these books, oh my god.
Yeah,
but you know, we're driving up those prices. Okay, let me get this because I promised at least 2 30-minute sprints, which is pretty long, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Are we feeling the dark bookshelves? I'm feeling the dark bookshelves.
Definitely.
Because it is late, right? Okay, so we shall be back in 30 minutes. I'm going to mute myself. I'm very excited. Happy reading. I might finish this book. Oh my God, you guys, I have like I have this much to go. I have like one.
Oh, that's the worst.
Do not feel pressured to stay on. I'm definitely going to do one more sprint because I have got to finish this. I'm like, no. It's getting so good though. I mean, like we're at the end here, but I like a wartime plot. I like wartime films as well. Like that's I love them. So oh my God. I'm in the thick of it. I'm in the thick of it. I'm in the thick of it. And you know, there was a portion of it where I had to go back and read because I'm like, did she just give me a closed door scene? Was this closed door or was like there no steam? Because like I rather there not be any steam at all. You know what I mean? There are ones that I love that don't have steam in them. Then get a closed door. Like don't even put it in there. Don't be leading up to it because this has a lot of like slow burn, longing, and like you know the childhood friends to lovers, and there's a lot of angst. So like every like touch, and because of the fact that this is like in 1840s and propriety reasons, like everything is like weighted. So I'm like, I'm good if we're not having road trip steam. Of course I want it, but like I had to like go back and check and make sure she wasn't giving me closed door because I was kind of side-eyeing a little bit. But I the reveals. One more chapter. How did you guys do?
Well, my Kindle decided to have some troubles in the middle of the sprint, so I lost about 5-ish minutes to restarting, glitching, which is not fun. But but it's very interesting because you're getting to Katie Wilde does such an interesting job of having the juxtaposition between perception and reality with her heroes and heroines. And so our heroine is cursed, and she is, I don't know exactly from her perspective if she's just been aging prematurely or she's just sickly looking, but our hero gets the impression that she's older and is clinging to her youth because she has heavy applied makeup and has like dressed herself up to appear healthy, but it also makes her look older to pretending to be younger. And so it's a very interesting of he thinks that she's a very shallow and person, and that she's stolen these powerful jewels to help her have stay alive. He thinks she's doing that from a place of shallowness, and it's really just trying to save her kingdom. And so it's very interesting. I don't quite like the hero because of it, but it's a very interesting, and they're starting to kind of not quite fully, but they're starting to get more one-on-one interactions where they can start to break some of that down. And so they are bathing in a river right now, and she just got attacked by a river monster.
Ooh.
So,
oh wow.
Let me know if that ends up with some caretaking.
Yeah.
The stakes are even higher for her because she's sick.
But the jewels prevent her from getting harmed. So she's not harmed, but she can drown. So it's very interesting because she's keeping her head a little bit, and she's been trained of, okay, I can't get physically hurt more, but how do I get out of this situation? It's very interesting from her perspective, and we don't know what's happening to him. He was in jail, and so he has like fleas and lice and stuff, and so he's been shaving his hair, and she was at his back to help get some of the pieces that he couldn't get, and then she gets pulled under, and that's literally where I left off. So I'm like, not quite as dramatic as you being in like the last little chunk, but it was kind of an interesting scene, and I was like, and that's gonna hopefully open the door for them to start talking about like the misconceptions, because Katie Wilde does a really good job of like getting the misconceptions out of the way early so that there's not miscommunication. And I mean,
she does it by way of survival. You're so right. Like that is, she does it. She puts them in these high intense situations where they have to survive together, and then that forces it. I love that. You're so right.
I'm not sure it's going to be my favorite. I think the competition for whatever, I forget which one that one was. I think it was the Midnight Bride. I think that's my favorite. but I had reread all of them with the intent with this book being released because I wanted to see all the worlds connecting. And then she announced a spin-off series of Evil Twin and the Deadlands series. So
I can't wait because I loved that. Oh, yes. I'm glad you finished a book. I'm gonna finish mine. That was a fast sprint.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. What about you? Or
what about you, Crystal?
Crystal.
Well, I'm in chapter 7, and I just got to the part where she balked at a suitor, like chicken squawk squawk.
Oh my god! So in this one, is she like what? She's investigating? I need to know more because B kind of got me a little. She kind of hooked me in a little bit, so I'm like.
Well, Tommy or Thomasina Winchester. I didn't read the first one, so this is I guess a second in the series, so I don't have that context. But she's like a master of disguise, and so their family just helps disguise or whatever, and helps people, kind of like a right wrongs and that kind of a thing.
Okay.
So, yeah. So in this one, she's always had a crush on Philippa, who almost married a duke. And so she's disguising herself as a baron, one of which is they're all an adopted children, orphans from the baron, and he passed away, I think, about a year ago or so. And so they are, so she is impersonating the heir because he left it open as a fictional heir and heiress so that they would always have sponsors, so they would still be accepted by society. But one of their friends, or I guess Chloe, I don't know if it's one of the orphan kids, married a duke, so they're still accepted either way. But she's impersonating one of the heirs because she wants to get close. So her siblings are like, hey, dress up as the Baron, and okay, we'll stop hounding you if you talk to Philippa for 20 minutes as the Baron. So it's funny because like right now it's Philippa. She was they're in like what Hyde's Park or Hayes, I forget what it's called, in England, where they do the little walking Hyde Park. And so and one of the suitors came by and he's like puffing his chest up like a little chicken. He's very, what you call it, like a preening peacock, and she just does that bok, and her mom is trying to cover it, and it just like she's like, what are you doing? He said, Earl.
Oh, so it's funny.
She went bok. Yeah, it's funny. I'm like, it took me by surprise. I'm like, that's hilarious. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to move it up because I was like, I never got to it, and I like to like watch people's faces as they're reading too. One of my little secrets too with people's videos. Sometimes, I do it with Crystal's vlogs. Like I will watch her vlogs in entirety, and I go back and turn the volume off. And there's something about Crystal when she is talking about a book. I like to see how she's talking, and that's how I know. I'm like, okay, I'm reading that next. When she's like,
I was gonna, yeah, I love how she like explains it, because then I'm like, okay, she gets really passionate or very particular, or if it's something that I'm like a trope or aspect of it, and I'm like, okay, Crystal likes it. I definitely
right.
This Crystal needs to read it.
Yeah. I love her Instagram stories where she goes into like all these things about what she's seeing and how she's feeling about like romance as a whole. And it's like, I could
so much to our community. I'm just like, I love her so freaking much.
Yeah. I can never say these things or figure out like what's been bugging me. And then she says it and I'm like, oh, that's it. Awesome.
Yeah, she puts words to it, and it's nice. And I will say, like, from watching her when she would do like weekly vlogs, and like just watching her recall what's working for her in a book and what hasn't been working for her in books over the years has taught me to like pull that out. You know what I mean? Or to like just look at things a little bit differently. So I love her.
Mm-hmm.
I love Crystal.
I've been just such a more critical reader since following Crystal and Tiffany and just everyone, it's like, it makes me start thinking about these things more. And I think about when I used to read, it was just pure plot. Like, how does this make me feel? Like vibes only, which like I read a lot of books for just vibes only, but it's very interesting to start breaking that down. One of the things that I wanted to do, and I haven't gotten to it yet, was I wanted to read a couple classics this year because I want to see like how my viewpoint towards them have changed, because I had like, classics are such a mixed bag, and I have like fond memories of some and not fond memories of others, and it's interesting to see what it would be like to take a new lens to them now.
Yeah, and it's so validating too, because I have I didn't realize this until I really started paying. I have certain modes of reading, so I like can be intentional based on my mood of like what I'm picking up, which will affect how I'm rating something. But it's just so validating to like have somebody like go through beats and like look for particular notes and talk about why they're looking for them. Because I mean, everywhere else outside of this community, like I'm thinking about it too much. I'm way too extra. I'm too analytical. And like here, we're able to gush like that, and it's so affirming. I just love that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We all get it. And
yeah, and I
the bonkers like sexy plot too. I'm like, I just love it. I love it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also too, like even if it's something that's doesn't like fun, you know, that whole How to Marry a Marble Marquis, which is like, you know, monster sweat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So even if that like stuff, I like, even if it's something that like it doesn't go deep, but I do appreciate Crystal like not, I don't we have similar tastes, but sometimes there might be some weird one-offs where I liked something and she didn't. I'm like, okay, why do I like it? Like I understand why she doesn't, but I'm like, it's interesting how our tastes are different. I'm like, for me, what my experience is. So I like figuring out why I like it, and not necessarily feeling weird because somebody didn't like it, that it's something bad on me. It's just something that, which is all that invisible pressure. But I was like, no, it's okay to like it for the reasons that I like it. So that's kind of what I and she always that's what I appreciate about her too. She always explains that just because I'm being critical about a book that you might like doesn't mean it's a reflection on you and your opinion, your subjective opinion. Yeah.
And it's so fun to like think about like, why do I like something? Like that's why I've just started annotating Sea of Ruin for the first time. It's like one of my favorite books. And I'm so glad that I'm doing it now. I really wish I had annotated it prior, because like I don't normally write in my books. I write on Post-its, and then I like to date them and then stack those Post-its on top of each other so I can track like what my thought was over and what year, you know? And like it's interesting to even think about like why you like something and care and see like how your thoughts evolve. I just think that's fun. Cause like I definitely like, I love how like the language right now is like, I'm definitely in my, you know, adventurous era with my reading. Like I'm picking up other genres like thrillers and horrors, always looking for a romance. So I'm always shipping things that should not be shipped. But like, I think it's fun to just even like muse about why I like something, because I think as you pick up more stuff, you just kind of hone in on what your favorite tropes are, things that you like to see. And it makes it easier to yay or nay a book. I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to get through my TBR, which is very sad. I'm never gonna get. It's like the best problem to have, and like a conundrum. It's like scary, but it's like it's so much easier to like go. This is maybe for me, and this may not be for me. I think my average rating for books is 4, and like I think that's because I know what I like and I know what I'm looking for. And I'm also like, I have a different scale for like if I'm reading like, you know, a bonkers novella series. Like I have different modes too of like rating and my moods.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah, that's why like I discovered that that's why the classics like for like Jane Eyre, I'm like, why did I love like gothic romance or that dark feeling? So I'm like reading The Highwayman, and I talked with this with Autumn. I'm like, I love dark romance, the dark historical romance. I'm like, that's even like a even specific niche that I love, and certain fantasy romance. So I'm like, that's where I know what's my love. I still will read contemporaries and such like that, but I'm just learning what I do and don't like. So I do like the dark romance.
Oh,
yeah.
I love it.
I was gonna say kind of had the opposite, a little bit of the opposite, because I used to read, well, when I go back to the archives, like when I was in high school, it's amazing how memory changes your perception of books. And it's like, I can see like some of my favorite books in my head, or like think about what were my favorites from that era. And I go back and I rated that a 4-star, and it's like, wait, what? So, but then it's like, when I started like being part of BookTube, it's like 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. And now I am, I'm trying to read all of the books that Smart Women Read Romance have covered on their podcast.
I love it.
I love,
yes.
I love them. And it's like, there's some books on that list that I have in my head that I probably won't like, or I don't know if I would like. And it's about me saying, okay, how much of this is me having a perception of what I will and will not like versus what I do like. And so right now, because I'm trying these different things and saying, okay, I think I won't like this, is that really the case? I'm seeing my ratings go down a little bit more. I'm being a little bit more critical. And that's where it's like, I'm getting other people are commenting on things and I'm starting to pick them up too. And so now I'm looking a little more critically. And so it's like, I am having my ratings go down a little bit. So I actually came out of July. July was like a very mediocre month for me, because I had primarily 4-star reads. But in the past, I would have primarily 5-star reads. And so it's interesting how I'm getting more critical. But then once I finish this journey, it's like, then hopefully I'll get even better at identifying, okay, do I really think this will work or not?
And you're being more adventurous, which just broadens your scopes. Because I definitely, I like the thought of that, because I've definitely, I wouldn't say branched out, but I definitely have moods where I'm like, it's all vibes. And like, I felt bad because on my channel, I'm like, everybody's just going to think I'm like rating everything 4 and 5 stars. Like, I'm not trying to rate everything 4 or 5 stars. I'm just picking up things I know I'm going to vibe with and that I love. That's my catnip that I can talk a lot about. Like, that's just how, and I tend to talk a lot about books. I tend to get a little analytical, but and I'll rate like a smutty BDSM novella like 5 stars because, like, that's just like, like my vibe. But I like what you're saying about like picking up books that you don't know if you're going to like and not affecting your ratings. Like, absolutely. Because on the off chance you might find something new. That's how you're like, okay, it's okay to be adventurous because I might find the new next thing that I don't even know that I like. Like right now, I'm so well versed in romance. I know what I like. With thrillers and with horrors, I know things that I enjoy in thrillers, but I'm not as well versed. And so it's been interesting discovering, reading things like The Writer's Retreat by Julia Bartz, which, didn't work for me. Like, why didn't that work for me when a lot of elements within that work within a romance novella, and I'm cool with it, but I'm super critical about it here. It's like, you kind of have to venture out to learn. So I think it's good that you're doing that. And it's okay to take the hit in the ratings to like branch out. April, so
I was going to say, I love, I'm definitely in a time in space where I need the HEA. I remember when I was just out of college, I read Gone Girl, and I really liked it at the time. But the more I sat on it, the more the ending pissed me off.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And so now it's like I love the idea of thrillers and it was super enjoyable at the time, but it's like, okay, like I need to make sure that my characters are going to get out of it and like not be pissed at where I love what she did with that ending. It was very interesting and very cool. I'm going to try not to spoil it. And I mean, it's been out for ages. I hope everyone who wanted to read it, but I'm still not going to spoil it. But it's like, the more I think about it, the more I get pissed off. And I'm like, well, I don't want to be in a thriller like that. And then also be anxious the entire time because that's also my personality.
Like, no, we don't need to induce anxiety.
Dude, I think, what was it? Oh gosh, what's that movie from? Oh, The Logs.
Same, Julia.
Oh my gosh, what's it called? Final Destination. Ever since
those
movies, I had been scarred. I've been scarred.
Dude, I'm like, for me, I'm a reader that's like in more than one book at a time. Like I don't think I could ever leave romance. Like I could not not read it. I'm sorry. That's not happening.
Yeah.
And
I might break out and read like the high fantasy, but I'm always gonna go back to romance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm always, like I said, every freaking book, I'm always looking for that in the in whatever I'm reading. I've always done that though. You know what I mean? Like with films or whatever. Like that's just, I guess that's where I lead, which is so funny because in my personal life, I'm not a romantic in my personal life. I believe that exists for you, but over here, it's it's missed. So I like definitely like want that in my books. Yes, we love Crystal.
Yeah. I always think about the Divergent ending, and that was the moment where I knew that I needed HEAs in my life, because that one also pissed me off.
Oh, me too. Me too. I feel you.
Yeah. Whenever Minche talks about that story and that ending and how she like thinks that that's perfect, I'm like, okay, I get it, but no.
Yes, Julia, I need an HEA. Yeah, because you know what it is? It's that I can read anything if I know that there's gonna be a happy, like, take me to beat me up, bruise me, shock me, gag me, creep me out, whatever. But there's an HEA. So like it's just that assurance. And I'm always amazed at how romance authors find a multitude of ways of getting there. Like I'm never gonna be over that.
It's the journey, and that's why we're here.
Right? Only Love Hurts. Oh, who's the author? Light Rises at 30%. I'm over here intrigued. Who is the author? Yeah, like that's why we're here. Like I was over here thinking like, I know I'm gonna finish this. I don't know. I was over here like, am I gonna pick up a thriller? And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna pick up a thriller. I'm not gonna pick up a thriller. I don't want to do that. I want to either read next, because we're gonna still be on the sprint. Kiss of the Highlander, which is the time traveler. The hero is a Highlander that's been like stuck in a well for centuries, and she's traveling to Scotland to like start over. And I don't know how she runs across him. So it's either this one or. So this is from Carrie from Book for Romance. She recommended this to me last year. Okay, it's time. Okay, this Readathon was like helping me out. And then, or I have When a Rogue Meets His Match by Elizabeth Hoyt. And this is from Christy for Crystal Reads the Light. So this is good. Like bodyguard romance. Like, you know, he's got PTSD. He was the bodyguard of her like uncle, but always pining, and now he's an opportunity to win her hand in marriage if he protects her. So I'm like, what am I gonna do? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
After, because I haven't reached out. I'm planning on doing like a buddy read of that medieval fantasy. That one I'm excited about, but I haven't reached out to Mel, so I don't want to get like too far ahead because we're supposed to be buddy reading it. What is that called? Scorched. I want to show you the cover because it's just like, come on.
Ooh. Yes, all the pretty covers.
Right? I'm kind of obsessed. And so I want to buy it, but I've lately been just trying to, you know, buy the covers of things that I know that I love, but come on. Oh, it's reforged. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get you. Because they're like making out.
Oh my.
And I love it.
Oh,
and
wow.
Yeah. And it's like, he's a king. That's his bodyguard. And like, he's protecting him from being usurped. And it's supposed to be like medieval fantasy. I love a bodyguard romance. Okay. I love bodyguard romances because it's the one job where an employee gets to boss around their boss for their protection. So they have to listen. You know what I mean? I love it. And it's like caretaking is built in, you know?
Yeah.
And like potential angst is built in. I love that.
Yeah. I like a bodyguard. Go ahead, Crystal.
The Daughter of the Drowned Empire, the one I just finished, it has like, he's like her guard and protector. There's like caretaking in here because it's really good. So I'm like, I feel like it's like it's something to fill in until like Fourth Wing, until Iron Flame comes out in November.
Oh, I know. Have you pre-ordered your book? Have we all pre-ordered? Those who enjoyed Fourth Wing and are looking forward to the second book, because that also had mixed reviews. We brought up a few books that had mixed reviews, and that is fair. This is a safe space, okay?
I have not read it.
You haven't read it yet?
I have not read it. I heard Jessen's review, first, and based off of what she said, I think I would lean towards her opinion on the things. And so I was like, I'll pass. But it's crazy how big it is.
Well, yeah. And, with this book, it's funny. I didn't know it was going to be that big. I heard about that book because Christy from Christy Reads a Lot had pre-ordered. Like, Christy keeps me, my friends keep me all the way together. I am not organized and I'm a beat behind. Like, I'm doing tags months later, I'm behind on everything. And so she was like, hey, if you pre-order this, you're going to get the pretty sprayed edges. So I pre-ordered that back in I don't know, February or something. And it was just coming out. So with new releases, I typically either like to read them first. I'm talking midnight. I like to because I'm up late, I don't sleep. I like to start that sucker at midnight so I can read it and have my own interpretation of it before I hear everybody else's opinion. Or I will wait The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. I just read that. I just read that in December of last year. And it's because it was just enough time for everybody's opinions to be out, for me to forget about it, for me to be 100 books out from when I was going to pick it up, so that again I can come at it with my own interpretation of it. And so that's usually how I'll do hyped books. But I didn't know Fourth Wing was going to be that hyped. I just was hey, let me just start this. And
I
enjoyed myself.
I mean, if I had known, I had seen around me when it came out, I still saw the sprayed edges on the shelves. And if I had known, I would have freaking bought that, even though at the time I was like, dang, this is an expensive hardback.
Girl,
but now
I was waiting for my Amazon pre-order. So I got the audiobook because I'm I'm listening to this book. I don't want to hear nobody else's opinion. So I started listening to it, and Ren was doing reading space. I started listening to it. I'm still waiting for my pre-order. I go to Walmart to run errands, and it's just sitting there on the shelf. And I was do I buy this book or do I wait for my pre-order? Now I'm I should have bought it. You know what I mean? But I'm I'm not, I cannot believe it's sitting here, just sitting in Walmart. There were a bunch of copies too. It was just sitting there. And I'm I could have gotten it from Walmart instead of waiting for Amazon. It was crazy.
And now everyone's feral to get it.
Yeah, I'm I should have bought it. I should have had to.
Yeah.
That's what I did. I went because it came out in May, and on my birthday, I went out there and bought it at Walmart. I'm yes, and it was the last one on the shelf because it just started getting really, really hyped up, and I'm oh no, hopefully I find a copy.
Yeah, I was it's literally just sitting there at Walmart, and it kills me because I was oh my gosh, I'm still waiting for my book. I'm trying to.
I know.
Wait, it's
coming
sitting
there
If I could, I mean, there's a lot of people who would be really, really rich if they could predict which special editions or what things would blow up, because I mean, I hate to see it because I know a lot of the people on BookTube and my friends are getting scalped majorly when they want to get these special editions and these special versions. But I'm also this would be a much better job than my current job.
Oh, I know, because some of these books, we talked about, hardcover, $46. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Are you guys SJM fans? Sarah J. Maas, are you going to be buying all 5 copies?
Oh no, I ordered the Walmart one. No.
Right?
I read Throne of Glass and I enjoyed it, but I have not really picked up anything else, and I'm not super hardcore fantasy on a good day. So maybe if I'm in a mood for hardcore fantasy, I'll go to ACOTAR. But for right now, I've been less hardcore fantasy. So
that's the series that I'm committed to, within her backlist. And with it, I'm not buying 5. I will be reading all those chapters. See, it's so hard because I thought about this. I was 5 books. 5 for bonus chapters. And I remember the bonus chapter, they had such a great discussion on Jess from Honest Fiction's channel. I loved it. I watched the replay for that, and I just loved how just readers talking about how to are you gonna buy all 5? How does that make you feel? Does it feel pricey or not? I just really loved how they talked about that. And I think about myself, and I know I'm not gonna be buying 5 copies. Well, you better believe I'm reading all those bonus chapters. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Bonus chapters. And then it's well, how ethical is that? Because am I, you know what I mean? Let's be real.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I'm willing to go to each store and read those because they feel like an extension of the story. They don't just feel like a bonus. They feel like vital for the story. I think about the bonus chapter of A Court of Silver Flames. That felt very vital to the story to me. And it wasn't even a full chapter. It was like a few paragraphs. So it's just interesting to see. And then plus we all have different tastes. Like we were talking about like how we're, you know, we buy books and collect books, you know, buying all 5 for one person might be worth it and not for the other. I think I'm definitely going to be reading those in store, but I'm the type of person that needs to be in the know. I'll be getting all those bonus chapters.
Yeah.
But it's also
I know.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I can't remember if I watched that live or watched the playback, but I had a comment on her original video before she did the live show about it. And I was like, to me, it seems like if you're going to go that direction, like commit to going to special for each and have like exclusive covers or exclusive things.
Thank you.
Because that seems like a better choice, because then it's the people who are collectors are going to collect. The people that don't necessarily care about the art or special things and it's just a bonus, they'll pick the version that they like the best, but it's not going to be this thing that they have to. Like for me,
exactly.
I love the prettiness of special editions, but I'm not going to spend the money for them. But I appreciate it. And so if I was going to go and buy that book anyway, I would buy the version that's the most aesthetically pleasing. Kind of like how Anna Huang is doing with hers. She has the Barnes & Noble and then the other versions.
Yeah, give me a different cover. If there were different covers and you were adding value, then I wouldn't feel like it was price gouging. At this point, I feel like I need to Robin Hood the sucker and get my intel. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't feel, you're not giving me anything different but the back. And let alone, I mean, what's a chapter? You know, so I definitely would want, you know, different covers for each. I definitely agree with that.
And coming
other than the ugly little sticker, other than the little ugly sticker.
Yeah, and those felt like special editions, just like first come, first serve, the first printing, and like I love that. I love that. What do you mean, my brain? I think you mean my brain. Maybe my brain's not a beautiful color if I don't understand.
Yeah, the Walmart edition that I pre-ordered, I don't know if it has like a Walmart removable sticker.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if it's gonna be removable or not, or like what they do for the Netflix ones are really annoying. I had no idea.
I saw was it an Instagram ad or someone reposted it that they have like the stickers that are the same size that are like different themes, and so you can get a sword one to like put over the sticker. I saw that and I was like, someone was thinking. I wish I remembered where I saw it, because I don't buy enough books to have put that in my brain as a thing. But I was like,
you know, we'll see. I know me. Like with the Court of Silver Flames, there were 2 separate bonus chapters. I read both, and I'm going to tell you right now, I did not buy both books. So you know what I mean? It's just what it is. So we'll see. It'll be like get more cruxes.
For me, I think it's like you need to provide the full story to a book. If you're going to have bonus, have it there. I'm like, it's kind of, I think it's taking advantage of that, especially coming off of the inflation, the pandemic now. Like we're probably going into recession. I'm like, it's taking advantage, I think. So I'm like, don't deprive your readers that want the story. I'm like, if, like you said, if you want something special to get more money, do the special editions, because collectors are going to still buy those.
Girl, she could have done a bind up. If she did just a separate bind up.
Or just that, novella bind up. Yeah.
I'm buying 2. I would totally buy that.
Like the Bridgerton one. Yeah, like the second epilogues of the Bridgerton ones. Like that. Yeah.
Give me a bind up and like I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, yeah. You know, and like I don't know how much input she has.
Publisher makes the decision.
One thing I have to give a publisher a little pat. I love Kimberly Lemming's Miss Hatmead series. And are they like anywhere close to me? Yes, they are. So I'm obsessed with this series. And I wanted to collect the OG covers because she, you know, signed on with these publishers and they're going to recover them. And I'm like, they're going to ruin her original artwork. The covers are stunning. They are stunning. I stand corrected. I am gobsmacked. I want them on my shelves. And I'm like, I have to be like, kudos to them. I wonder, I kind of want to ask her. I was in her DMs about these. I feel so bad now. I'm like, what's going on today? I want to ask her how much input she had with her publishers on those covers, because they are absolutely stunning. I love them.
I agree. I mean, I'm not sure that they're a step up, but they're definitely par
Like,
for what
I ain't mad at it. Because they didn't just give us flowers. Okay. Or like, you know, or like a wooden mug. They didn't just give us like a chill mug for mead or something.
A a lazy cartoon. No, they gave me an illustrated, true artistic cover.
Artistry. Yeah. They're stunning. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, that makes me feel like, okay.
And then Kimberly Lemon with the bookmarks too. I was like, girl, you're smart.
Okay. And plus she has I forget what the platform is, but she has all her OG artwork and stuff. But I'm like, those bookmarks, you're right. I'm like, okay, girl, I will be getting all of that. I am susceptible to all of that. That you're adding value. It's kind of how I feel about Sophie Lark, where I have doubles of her books. Like Stolen Air is a favorite of mine, but I love her illustrated books. And I think Bloom too, they kept her cover. They kept Lena's artwork. And I loved that because her, like, Stolen Air is a favorite of mine. But I love that they kept that. They just popped the blues in it. And that felt like a win as well. But the reason why I have, like, I love people on my cover. I'm always going to go for the clinch and the flesh. That's just me.
Oh, yeah.
There have been some illustrated covers that have, like, made me not be so, like, staunchly, like, binary about it, like, yes or no. And, like, with the Larks, they not only have like illustrated covers, like inside it's illustrated. It feels like a whole nother book. And so like, I'm down for that. Make it feel special. And I'm good.
Yeah.
You know.
And Sophie is at Bloom, right?
Yeah.
But they paid for extra linen drawings when they bought it out. And so like, it's also, you get extra art with the Bloom versions.
Excuse me?
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. But I think that the artist is adding new drawings for the new version. So it's not even the indie version.
Oh my God.
Illustrated. So it's, again, I could be completely wrong, but that's what I'm remembering.
That's an example of like adding value. Then I don't feel like
exactly. And so like for me, I haven't read the series yet, but it's like, I won't feel like I missed out because with each iteration, it's getting more awesome.
Right. They are, right? I'm like, and I feel like some publishers are listening. I'm over it.
Yeah.
Because it feels like that. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
You know,
but Sarah Kate's were a major downgrade.
Yeah. So. And you know. And I just won't be buying those. I'm less upset about that because I have my OGs, and she promised to come out with the, like, Madam. She promised to come out with the person on the cover. I hope it is Madam. And I will be happy with that. I'm also like, I was kind of like, you know what, girl, get your money. I was happy for her. Just let me allow me to have my full run so I can complete my collection. And I'm good. Yeah. And I'm good. So, you know, because I'm not a fan of those covers either. I'm like, what is happening here? No one likes the memo. No one is listening or paying attention to what we want. Yeah. You know, I don't get it, but
yeah. And then Juliet Cross's books didn't change. I was thrilled with that too.
I love Juliet.
Yeah. I love that series was one I savored. I just like, one part of me wanted to binge it. On the other hand, I was like, no, it can't be over.
I know.
So and I only read
her Kickstarter because I really want, and I'm like hoping I can like get my hands on that, because at the time I think the Kickstarter came out around Book Bonanza and I was tapped out. Like Book Bonanza took all of the fun. Yeah. So I
was looking at it and I was just like, they are gorgeous. But I was like, this is very much out of my budget.
It happens, you know. Yeah. Like these books are, and I'm like, okay, we'll have another opportunity. There's always going to be another pretty book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. And I'm like trying to figure out which ones are going to get my money. Which I'm also thinking about, like, which signings I want to go to, like where I want to put it. Always.
Oh yeah, I know. I finally joined the Sweetgrass Facebook group because I'm going to keep an eye out for tickets because I'm only about 3 hours away.
I want to go in March. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it's Charleston.
On that already and figure out if I'm going to do that.
Yeah, it looks like there's still a decent amount of people looking for tickets, but because I'm so close, it can be something super last minute for me. So
see,
I almost signed up as a volunteer, but I was like, I don't know if I want to be a volunteer at my first signing. And then I hear all the horror stories of people like getting pissy with the volunteers. I'm like, no.
Well, don't let me say that for you. You know, you put me in my place. Put me in my place. I'm assuming that you wouldn't want to be a volunteer. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You might want to just like enjoy it first.
That's fair. Especially if like, it seems like everyone's trying to go to Sweetgrass and I'm like, I haven't done as much with the book community and it's like, I would love to see people in person. In person.
I feel
it looks so much fun.
I'm going to get through Love in Las Vegas in October, which is here. And then I might decide because I don't think I'm going to do Book Bonanza next year.
Yeah. I was wanting to go, but after how everything happened this year, it's like, I don't think anyone's really going to want to go again. And it sounds like it was kind of crazy. And I was just like,
The best part is seeing everybody. So I was like, Sweetgrass is already intriguing me. And then like now I know a lot of people are going, so I'm like, I want to see people. I want to meet people.
Yeah.
Like just having you guys be on here, I'm like, oh my god, like face to face, like we could just like right? We can finally like chat. I love that. It's my favorite part. I'm like, I want to look at Megan Flynn's covers. We're gonna do one more sprint. I don't want you guys to feel precious to stay on because it's
No, yeah, I gotta get going.
Yes. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Thanks for inviting me. This is fun.
Yes, I will see you in the Discord.
Yeah.
Yes. Bye.
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 Oh my god. See, I love it.
Yes. I will stay another one.
We can do 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. I'm like, I'm in academia, so we're getting ready to start the new semester. And so this is our planning week. And I'm like, I was going to go in early and do things before my meeting. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to just go in right before my meeting.
It's so early. Like, are you 3 hours ahead?
I'm Eastern.
Okay. Yeah. It's almost 11. Okay.
Yeah.
But
it's okay.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Well, I was visiting Florida Central. So it's like I'm still on Central time. So it's not that bad, but I should be getting back to Eastern time zone.
I just came back from upstate New York for my best friend's wedding and I'm like all wonked out.
Yeah.
Going there was great because I was like,
yes.
But coming back, I'm like,
it looked like a time. You didn't post much, but it looked like a time in your hair. I was like, I missed the purple, but it was very pretty.
It was, I kept thinking like, oh, I'm going to get so much footage. And then I'm like, oh, I was crying the whole dang time.
Yeah.
It was such a whirlwind day. And like how my best friend's such a freaking sweetheart. She didn't ask me to change my hair, but I was like, it's her wedding day. She's gonna have these pictures forever. Like the purple, she might not appreciate later. And I was like in the wedding, Catholic church. I was like, let me just change it. And I loved it. I felt like it looked so pretty. I felt really pretty. And I still love it. I'm getting used to having to do it every day. Like it's a completely different process for me, but I'll be going back to purple very soon.
Yeah, I was a bridesmaid at the end of May, and I completely agree. It's like I was bawling. I think I didn't stop crying for like the reception. Well, except for like the line dances because I can line dance and I enjoy that. But I was bawling for so much of it. But my hair was about here-ish before the wedding and I wanted my hair up. And so I was like, we are doing whatever. And then literally, I think it was 2 days after the wedding, I chopped like 4 or 5 inches off because I was just like, okay, we're done.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, this is my best friend's day. It's the day. I was like, bawling. Because I'm a crier, but I'm a closeted crier. Okay. And I was bawling. And, I'm like up and down.
Oh, I cried pretty easily, but it wasn't until like the emotional dances, like the father-daughter and like the first dance and all that, like I just bawled.
And when the groom's crying, done.
Yeah.
Done. I signed their marriage license, done.
Oh.
Bawling. I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it was, and then like this was one of my high school friends, and so like when we were in high school, she had her parents had an oops baby when we were in 8th grade or 7th grade, and so we went on spring break with her family, and her brother was like 5 years old, and he couldn't say beaches without sounding like bitches. And he was so adorable, but he's like a teenager now. He's in high school. And so it's like the cutest little, like, it's just like, oh, when people are like that and when you have friends like that, it's just like, it warms your heart.
Yeah, it's so heartwarming. And it's definitely a moment. And it's like a culmination of friendship. It's like, I'm like, this is what I read for. I want to believe that romance lives off of the page. I want to believe in connections like this. And for them to want to share that moment, it was just beautiful. So I was like, I'm in a book.
And then I think it was Ginger Snap Reads. She just got married. And so she had a bunch of books.
Are you serious?
I think so. I think it was her. She just got married. And so she had a bunch of stuff on her social. And like, I think I saw a bunch of other BookTube and Bookstagram people that were invited. And there was a whole thing about like, I didn't expect that these would be like the best friends of my life. And I'm like,
God.
Oh,
right.
I mean, that's why I started my BookTube, Bookstagram journey. And I have not been super consistent with anything on the videos or content at all. I'm just like, I don't think I've done a video in like, well, I did one at the beginning of the summer, but prior to that, it had been like 6 months. And it's like, I just like to be around to like hop on a live show.
Yeah.
Meowth Vader has been doing escape rooms, and like that's been hilarious and fun.
It's just so much fun. Like I think that's what made me not want to start my channel for so long, because I was afraid of the cycle of like staying on the train of producing and like or like producing videos. And I'm very insecure about like how I don't have like consistent videos up. And it was like, either I put things up that I'm like proud to put up, and that I film when I feel like filming and I'm not faking the funk, or like I don't do anything at all. And I'm like, I've been a lot more gentle with myself. I like, you do with it what you want. And it's like the community is the best part. So I did my last giveaway. I was like, it's been sparse on this channel. I need to give back in some way, because no one has to be here. So I'm like so grateful that they are. Yeah. But I think that's definitely the best part, is the community.
Yeah. I'm at the point where it's like, I don't even care if I make videos or not. It's like, as long as I occasionally get to hop on lives and like get to interact with people in the chats, like I'm good. And so like, I even debated on like privating all of my videos that I did do, because I'm like, I don't really care about these.
Well, we do.
They're pretty rough.
Can you please? My dad's so funny, because my dad's like, when am I getting another video? Like, and I'm like, okay, yeah, let me sit down. Like other people care. They want to see it. I don't like Amber's vlogs. There's just certain people where like I go to their channel and they may not think, but they mean a lot to me.
Yeah.
Like so just don't private, please.
Okay.
We care.
Will do. Yes. But it's so fun. I enjoy it.
It is a lot of fun. It is. Okay. We're gonna do one more sprint of 20 minutes. I guess I'll let you know which I land on. I'm probably gonna go. We were talking about fantasy. I'm probably gonna go with the Time Traveler, Cursed Highland. Yeah. So I'll probably do that. But we'll do 20
and
minutes.
then you'll convince me to continue in the series like I need to.
Yes. Oh my God, yes. Okay, so this is perfect.
Okay.
And wow, 3 sprints. I never do this. I'm always a chatty Kathy. So I
Yes.
will be sure to mute. I need to check Amanda's socials because she did get married. And I will see you guys back here in 20 minutes. Thank you so much for staying on with me. I know it's late where you are.
Yes. Well, I'm enjoying it.
Yay. Okay. All right. Here we go. I'm muting. I should play. totally forgot to put the timer up.
That's fine. I was like, I know approximately how long we're gonna be.
Right?
Yeah. So did you finish?
I did finish. This is going to be. I said 4 stars right when I finished it because this is good and I think it's important. There's some elements, a couple things, but I did enjoy this. I really enjoyed this. Couple things though. So I'm like leaning towards 4 stars for it, and then I like only got a couple pages into this, but I guess his mother's prophesying his downfall in the prologue, and then we'll probably come to present day. I'm not sure. But I just realized, we go to present day first chapter, so the prologue is like back in, I guess it does count as historical. We'll see. I'm trying to rack up these points. It goes back to 1518.
Yeah, wow. It's medieval.
I love that. I love it. So this will be, I also have this on AnyPlay. I like to have like a physical book because I find it calming for me at night. Like I need to tone it down. So I'll probably do this. And then Brynn Weaver, who I love, she wrote Black Sheep and Marrow, which are like serial killer romances that I love.
Yes, I remember you talking about those. Or I remember Black Sheep. I don't know if I remember the other one. But yes, that cover was very cool too.
Right? The neon, it's totally me. So she just came out with, I think it released today, Butcher and the Blackbird. And this is also, it'll be the first in a trilogy. This is also a dark, this is a dark rom-com. So that'll be interesting. I haven't read her, and I do believe that they are serial killers as well. Friends to Lovers, dark romantic comedy full of murder, chaos, and spice. Okay.
Ooh, I need to grab paper 1 second. Because my phone is the one that's doing the thing, and so it's like, okay, so what was that called again?
This is called Butcher and Blackbird. This is what the cover looks like, and it's on KU.
Oh, nice. I like that.
I'm like, dark rom-com, that's interesting. And then I thought they were going to be enemies. No, this is friends to lovers.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited.
I can get behind those tropes.
Yeah, I'm like, from a small town to it. Like, what? Just keep going, Brynn.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna start this tonight. I'm jumping around books because I do want to read Reforged with Mel from Mel by Fix, but I haven't reached out to her, so I don't want to sit down on my night off and finish the book or get too far along, because I want to chit chat. So I'm gonna try to find something else, but.
Yeah.
This intrigued me, and then I'm definitely going to get into Brynn Weaver tonight. Let's just be honest. So, how far did you get? Are you almost done?
No, I've had a lot of, I'm 25% in, which
okay.
I've been that's a pretty good considering I started it tonight. I normally can get through these a little faster. It's only, I think, 225 pages, which is on the longer side for Katie Wilde, but it's still on the shorter side.
You were glitching and going in and out, though. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. But we finished up that scene where she had been attacked by the river monster. Katie Wilde's just amazing. I love her. I'm so jealous that Avery met her. But
I know. She was literally helping.
Were you with her at that visit, or was it?
Yes. She was literally helping Ruby Dixon at her table. And Alexa.
Yeah, Ruby Dixon and Katie Wilde might be assuming Katie Wilde is an assistant again, Ruby Dixon would be worth a Book Bonanza ticket because, I love.
Absolutely is. She absolutely is. Do you give me your address? I have, you want a book plate? I have some book plates. If you at least.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah.
So just DM me.
I'll send you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll send you. Yes, I would love that. Thank you.
I'm saving them for because giveaways. I'm because we're going into this season for me. It's Halloween and Christmas for me. I'm a little wacky.
Yes.
When it comes to those time periods. So, but
I love it.
But Katie Wilde, oh my God, I'm jealous that Avery was bold enough to ask Katie for her autograph because I was not bold enough. I was just I was shook. And I went back to that 3 times. 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
I just, I'm awkward. I'm not cool
Yeah.
at all. Big door.
Oh, I'm very awkward as well. But so anyway, the scene, it was great. He dives in and saves her. It was great. And then so he's in her tent and she has taken a sleeping drought. And so she wakes up and they start having some sexy times. And her maid and like nurse come in. And so she's ill. She has a wasting disease. And so her nurse and like her maid come in. And one of them has the audacity to say, if the wasting disease doesn't get you, that will, referring to his dick. And that was like the last like minute, and I was cackling. I was like, Katie Wilde, like I normally get so pissed when they have sexy times interrupted, but like, man, that line was worth it.
Weirdo. I saw you look up to it. I was like, what is she?
I was looking at the time and I was like, okay, like, can I finish this scene? Yes or no? And I was like, okay, we'll end it here. I need to fully embrace the scene. And the fact that maid or nurse was just like pulling out the stops with that.
Oh my God. If the wasting disease won't get you, that sure will. I have to.
Yeah.
I have to. I love Katie Wilde. Like, I just think her scenarios are so fun too. Like,
yeah.
She can do survival so well. And I don't really think of them as that until like I'm talking about another fantasy. I'm like, these are survival romances because there's always some terrible situation that every time. I love it.
And I know Avery has talked about, or Avery has talked about it a whole bunch, where it's like the fact that it's short fantasy romance. And it's like, it's the perfect size because like, I mean, I love when my fantasy romance are tomes, but like it gets exhausting, especially if you want to read a whole bunch in a series.
Yeah, like, and you feel like you're making headway. It's not like, I think I'm easier to get into them because I feel like, okay, this isn't going to be a huge commitment. And then like, boom, I'm off and running and I'm getting through an entire series. And I feel like I love that. And that's so true. Like feeling like I can get in and get out. Plus she just keeps you there. I swear, like even when they're not my favorite within the series, like I'm still entertained. I'm still either tackling or I'm like they're still so freaking good. So I love it.
It's like I reread all the ones before this, and it's like on second reread, I was like, okay, I can be I didn't change any of my ratings, but it's like, okay, so maybe some of these are more like 4 stars, but it's like especially the first time you read it, like she just has you going and you're like jumping from thing to thing, and each moment is so carefully crafted to drive the plot forward. Like the whole thing with him saving her is like she has all of her makeup washed away, and the first time that he sees her is like, oh, this is when I didn't understand who she was. I made misconceptions. And so then while she's under the sleeping draft, he gets to ask questions to her advisor and say, okay, so trying to figure out what did I misunderstand. And so you come back with the next scene of them together with them at much more equal footing. And it's like beautiful.
It's work.
You don't,
I like this. No, she lays down the ground. And as you said, pointed out, there might be a miscommunication or just a misconception, but she nips them in the butt early, and she kind of has to with the page length that she has. But I really appreciate how she uses it because it's just, they're well done. They're well done.
Yeah.
She makes use of the short amount of real estate that she has. And they're
incredibly.
Fun. They're so
exactly.
Much, they're fully built out worlds and situations.
Yeah.
And I'm like, girl.
It's amazing.
If I ever get to meet her again, I'm gonna have her sign something. Like I was too nervous. I don't even know. Like, I was like, what? Who? Huh? I swear.
Yeah. And she's so artistically talented because she designs all of Ruby's covers.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, I wish I was that artistically talented. I'm not. The best I can do is cobble together a reading journal, a bullet journal, but it's like I can appreciate when people like really can understand how to make a good cover and how to do art.
Right? It's a gift. It's a gift we gotta fight for with AI right now, which I know is a controversial topic, but it's
Oh, I'm like fully on board because I think I mentioned I'm in academia, and so like I know Jess talked about it from Peace Love Books, talked about it a bunch when she was talking about leaving academia. It's like
I love
trying to
that
fight.
video.
It's such a good video.
It is.
It's very validating for me on being a teacher as well, but it's like to hear someone else say it because you feel it. But the AI and teaching and how quickly the material, like students, like Chegg exists. Like we know Chegg exists, but like AI is just taking it to another level, and it's hard to teach subjects, especially I teach a STEM subject, and so it's like I'm going to like most people don't like STEM subjects, and so like I'm fighting a losing battle with that anyway, and so they're more likely to turn to AI than some other classes.
And for me, within the arts and reading scripts, and I won't publicly, because I won't publicly name studios, but I just feel like as a patron of the arts and someone that works within the arts, I can understand intellectually the benefits of AI, but I feel like if you are a patron of the arts and you are an artist, it's like I'm on the front lines of it's a threat. It's a threat to art. Period. It just is. And so it's hard because I know it's a very controversial topic, but I think it's a very important topic for me to just like it's a threat to the arts, like to artistry in general. And I mean it's at the core too of these strikes right now, and ensuring that in the future we are not minimizing the contributions of humans. You know what I mean? And trying to cut corners, and it's scary. Like it's very scary for me as a script reader to be in a position where a writer knows their value and is asking. Like I think of authors like Beverly Jenkins, who had the rights of her books bought. Yet, once they're bought, a studio can decide if they're going to produce something or not, and they can never produce it. So it's hard to like read scripts where a writer knows their worth and they have a certain price, and that price isn't met, and a studio can go, okay, well, we're just gonna AI that. What? It's kind of crazy. So I can't ethically get on board with that. There's absolutely no way. And it's like, where's the limit? And it's crazy. So it's shocking.
And I know. And like, I'll say from me, and it's like, I am potentially going to be leaving education at the end of the next school year. I haven't finalized that yet, but it's the decision of, okay, so when I go to apply for jobs, like one of the things that makes me a standout candidate is my ability to write a CV, write a resume, a cover letter, and those things. And if people are using AI, like how do people, I mean, you basically invalidate the online application process because it's filled with gunk and a bunch of AI created materials. And it's like, so how do you go about hiring someone when you don't know if this is someone's actual work versus AI? And then it just becomes this whole big thing. And I'm just like, it's hard to think about how quickly the technology has turned over to the point that we don't know ethically, morally, how to police and protect our intellectual property.
And where's the medium of where theoretically we can see it can be helpful, and where of course we take it to the point where like we're abusing it. It's just like so at this point it's like it's sorry to be for or against, which is really difficult, but it's like it's a threat just because of the way people are aiming to use it.
I had to write a syllabus statement because our university, the university I work for, doesn't have a AI policy. They have a recommended statement, and it's like I have to write my own rules, and it's like, okay, but there's no detection software. There's no way to catch if it's AI.
Yeah.
So I had a discussion today with one of my colleagues because I was like, okay, how do I shift my material? Which the discussion was, okay, how do I shift my material to reduce cheating even more? Because you have to play offense and defense.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
It's
yeah,
crazy.
a lot of problems I didn't want to have to deal with this academic year.
No, but it's true. But you never really like realize or anticipate. But I mean, that's what's happening. That's where we're at. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, so I know, especially in our spaces, we see a lot with the art and stuff, but it's in every aspect of society.
Speaking about that, have you seen? I think it was like an interview bit. I was talking about this with somebody at work because like one of us is watching the Terminator films for the first time. And did you see the interview bit? I believe it was the author where she basically said that like the books, like the Terminator is like Sarah O'Connor is Neo's mother.
Yeah, I think I've like seen that. Right? I've never seen the full movies. My dad is the type of person that will watch like a movie in 15 or 20-minute increments and then channel surf. So I've seen like 15-minute increments of like the Terminator movies. I don't think I've seen the overarching plot of it, but I think I have seen that clip where that's the thing.
And the way she just like spouts it off, like, oh yeah, that's in the past, and Sarah O'Connor is Neo's mother, and that's the future. And I was like, what? So I'm like, now I want to read the books. Now I want to read the books. It seems so fitting right now. It seems so fitting for the time. So I'm like, I might do that. But see, here I am. I have like a running tab of things that I want to read. I think I'm definitely going to use your tactic though and chunk it. It's how I'm doing Death Note. I want to have that like done by October. The manga has a chokehold on me. I love Death.
That's the two male thriller one, or is that a different one?
It is about Light Yagami and a death god who drops their death note into the human world because he's bored, just to shake things up. And Light Yagami, he's really not relatable, highly intellectual, model citizen. And like I think I'm noticing, because I'm trying to watch the anime and read the manga in tandem, and I'm noticing directorial stylistic choices within the anime that endears me to Light, where in the manga it feels very dark. And seemingly in the beginning it seemed frame by frame that they were like the same, and they're not. Just certain things, like how it's falling out of the sky and things like that. But it's about him picking up this death note and learning that if he writes a name in them, people will die. Someone will die.
Yeah.
And what Light chooses to do with that. And like, it's so good. It's so good.
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking of the stalker serial killer one that you wanted to be an MM romance, but I think you finished that one.
Yeah. Yes. I love my stalkers. I did not know you were a big Death Note fan. I'm slowly going through it. I'm going to chunk it. Are you talking about Terminator? Oh my God. I love how your dad's like, I'm going to binge all of these. I kind of feel like that with Black Mirror. I heard the 4th episode of the newest Black Mirror season is like really good. I haven't watched any of them. I've been strictly in my books.
I think I've watched like 2 episodes of Black Mirror, and it's mostly because friends would put it on and I would be like, okay, fine. That gives me like, it's a little too like, I love it. I don't know what the word is, but it's like angsty and like, oh, this is true and like this is where we're heading and I don't like it.
Dark, it's bleak. Please, yeah. We're like, I need an HEA. No, I feel it.
When I watch TV, I either watch trashy reality TV, which is why I made in the comment earlier about Too Hot to Handle and Love Island. I love that stuff. Or I really like cooking shows or like crime lawyer shows. So
I like procedurals because there's like an ending and then there could be an overarching. I'm really bad because like I can watch anything, which is a problem because I really have to be like mindful of where I'm putting my energy, because I just like story, period. So like I can get into most things. Cooking is calming to me. Like cooking shows, like competition cooking shows, I'm trash for that. But I'm also trash for like like documentary shows like Deadliest Catch. Like I'm trash with stuff.
Yes, I love that.
I love stuff like that too. Like or like swamp
Yeah.
people, shoot 'em. I'm like I'm extra. So like I can pretty much watch. Or like I'm never gonna buy property in the Caribbean, but I can get. Do not put HGTV on. I can just watch that. It's just ridiculous.
Yes.
So I can trash
Yes.
it. It's so bad.
Yes, I just finished. I'm like on a sports docuseries like thing. I've watched the Formula One docu on Netflix, and then they have Sutherland Till I Die, which is about Sutherland football in the UK. And then there's the tennis one, Breakpoint, and then they also have a golf one, Full Swing. I did not like the golf one, but I'm a little biased because I actually like play golf, follow golf, and I didn't like how they portrayed golf in it, but that's me being a little uppity about it.
You know what I also like? I like those like American Greed. Like what is this show? It's on Netflix. I don't know. I just think it's wild. Like like real heists or like real situations, like where I just think it's wild. I just think it's wild, like the lives that people have led and like what they and then they're like able to talk about it now, like they've shared their time.
Yes.
Or whatever. Like I'm like, dude, and they almost got away.
Catch Me If You Can. That's like a top favorite.
I'm like, this is so good because it's almost like, especially when they have or it's like unsafe for the real person to be on set, so they're like reenacting like. Or talking about like what they. I like those a little bit. I do follow true crime, but I like those a little bit more. Like I'm a heist girl, so I'm like a real person that's committed heists. You know what I mean? Like I love that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I like true crime. I had to stop listening to it because it made my anxiety too high. But one of my friends from high school actually is a ghostwriter for Crime Junkie.
Oh my God. I'm like, don't tell me this. Yeah, I just like it's catnip. It's catnip.
Yeah,
I just think
it is.
And I have to be careful because I say it all the time. Like I'm easily influenced. Like I can get swept up in most things. So I have to be careful.
Yeah.
Those I find so the competition element, like it's so ridiculous. Like the cake ones where they have to like make extravagant like things. What was it? Where it's like just desserts, but they're like elaborate desserts with like 12 steps. Zumba's desserts, I like that. I like the British Bake Off. I like Iron Chef, like the classic OG Iron Chef, like showdowns. I love that.
Yeah.
I also love race. Like I have a problem.
Yeah, see, for me right now, I don't have cable. The only streaming service I have is Netflix, so that helps limit my pool. But I'm also cheap. But so most of the time, like if I'm cooking dinner, like doing something around the house, I'll either have Netflix or YouTube going. And then like if I'm driving, I have a audiobook, and then in the evenings I read. So I try and like I have certain things that I do at certain times so that I can help like distribute my time between all the things. Because I mean, first and foremost, I'm a reader. I want to be reading.
Yeah, nighttime's reading for me, whether it's like I've gotten used to. What's Bailey Sarian? Now I need to look it up. No.
Yeah, I have not heard of that one.
I'm
going to be regretting that I did this on my phone. But...
Oh yeah, Bailey, yes, girl. True Crime and Makeup. Is that who you're talking about? I saw her face.
Oh, I think I've seen like a clip of her.
Yeah, because she like from YouTube, I forget what show. Like she got a show from her YouTube. Yeah, I totally know who you're talking about. If I'm mistaken, I totally love Bailey. Yeah, Murder, Mystery, and Makeup. Yes. I know who you're talking about. Yes. Well, see, I haven't watched. Was it her Netflix show? But don't let me keep you on here. I'm gonna let you because I could talk all night.
Yes.
I want to keep you. It's super late there. It's about 11:32, and you have a full day tomorrow. And I can do another sprint for the chat. Just let me know if there's anybody that wants to do one. We can do a last sprint. It could be 30 minutes, but I don't want to keep you on here. Like I know you have like a day tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be chatting with you
I know. It's so fun. Like, so
yes,
bad.
we always have such fun. And I'm that friend that won't leave even when I have to because I'm like, I'm having too much fun.
I'm like I'm like that too. That's why I felt bad. I wasn't trying to kick B off, but I know what it's like to have a hard line, and then like you're just like,
Yeah.
hey, I don't want to leave, and then like you get off and you're like, oh my god, I spent hours. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
That's me. So,
but yes,
like,
we'll need to. I'm hoping that we bring back the Tuesday night sprints now that like the summer is starting to end off. I need to.
Me too, because
get back.
Tuesdays are my days off. So like I
Yeah.
was thinking about too, with like how slow my uploading schedule's been. I would like to maybe at least do reading sprints once a week, so everyone can at least know that that's going to be happening. I was thinking about that. That's why I'm like, I'm definitely have more sprints planned for my days off for the rest of the readathon, just because I'm like, why not? Mine are long and maybe tedious for some who don't like chatting. But I promise I'm gonna put more sprints in here.
Yeah.
We can do another sprint. Okay, yay.
Yeah. Okay.
Me too. I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna read Bryn Weaver when we get off anyway. I'll probably finish the prologue for this because it's like almost done. And then jump into Bryn so that I can tell Carrie from book, so I can tell Carrie I started it. Almost a year later, I started it.
Yeah.
So.
I know. Well, I mean, my TBR is like massive today. Well, I should say I'm working on paring it down. My goal is by the end of the year to have it under 100.
Ooh, that's a good goal.
Yeah. I mean, granted, it's only like new books. And then I have in my bullet journal all the series that I'd like to finish.
Yeah, because mine's at like 782 right now of like, I know this sounds crazy, but floating in my, like I know. And then there's like the endless, like in my Kindle and like on my Google, but like I know of like 780s range of like, these are the ones, like, cause that's a lot, but that's okay. And I keep adding. The more I read, the more I'm influenced. And then you're telling me to read freaking Indentured Sex Gods. And then I add another one. So it's like, it's been, that's pretty good. I'm like, it's under 1,000.
Yeah. Well, I'm the type of person that I need like a small list, and it's like, do I want to continue a series? And then I look at my list of which series I need to continue. And then it's like, okay, well, maybe I want something different. And then I go to Goodreads. And then if I can't find something in either of those lists, which is normally when I want paranormal, because I always want paranormal, then I try and find it on YouTube. But it's paranormal. Most people read just in the fall, and I'm a year-round paranormal. And it's like, which is why I'm like thrilled that I found all these urban fantasy series, because it's like anytime I want paranormal, I just pick them up.
Have you read the Kristen Callahan series, like urban fantasy historical series? I need to get to it. Firelight by Kristen Callahan. It's been on my freaking TBR for like ever. I don't even know what the book is.
I think it's on mine too.
There's only
I think that one's
here. I'm moving. So like I'm slowly getting I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
So, like, new library, everything. But like I can't find like half of my books. But Kristen Callahan has been on my TBR for like ever.
Yes. Now that like I don't think I made that connection, but that's the same author that did the Rockstar romance that Managed is in, right?
Yes. And I'm like, girl, just be prolific and like cross genres and like just stunt on us.
Because I loved that series. I really enjoyed that series, and Managed has stuck with me. So I'll need to check that out soon, because I forgot that was the same author. I didn't make that connection. And I was like,
and when you see the cover, I'm like, where the heck is it? Like, it's a historical, like, I think it's Gaslamp. Or
I think it is Gaslamp.
Yeah, okay, Gaslamp. Yeah, because I'm like, let's put on my TBR forever.
And I like the steampunk Gaslamp time era super much. I wish more historicals were Victorian Gaslampy, because I love that time period. Generally more than Regency, but
have you read Steel by Beck McMasters? Because that's that, and I need to read it. I keep telling Rachel I'm going to read it, and I need to read it.
It is. I've jumped around a bunch in Beck McMaster. I've done the first book in the Dystopian Werewolves, and then I did the first book in the Dragon Shifters, and So I tried the first book in the series, and then I never move on with her books.
Exactly. Like I need to do that. I mean, I have to. I need to like stick with her. I'm using Libid when I move into another space at some point. I'm gonna do that because I'm disorganized. It's so bad, and like I need to know what I have because when I'm going to bookstores, I'm like buying doubles. I can't be buying doubles of books thinking that I don't have it or I don't know what I'm picking up. If I'm like in an insomniac episode and I haven't slept in over 24 hours, I forget what I'm buying. So like, especially when it's 50 cents, I'm like, oh, it's 50 cents. So it's fine. It's not fine. Like I need to stop doing that. So I'm going to use that to organize, but just start fresh and it'll be easier when I have to move and I have to do it. So I think I'm going to force myself to do that. Kind of like my Airtable. I've been using Airtable because of Jessen. And I'm organized, but Goodreads isn't, but I know what I'm reading because of Jessen and I have to Airtable. It's organized. Oh, search for Julian. Ooh. It's the rebrand of Fantasy Lover. And might be why it's what?
Yeah. It's still like when I search it for like Libby and Hoopla, it's still under Fantasy Lover, but I didn't realize they had rebranded. But that makes sense. That's what the hero's name is.
Well, I already I bought it and then I'm prepared to send it to Crystal because if she wants the ebook. I mean, I haven't looked at the price, but I think you can send Kindle books, so I'm gonna do that because I will read that with her.
I hope that you do actually enjoy it and that you appreciate it because I didn't think about it at the time, but like as we were talking about it, I was like, oh, that's probably a Tiffany book.
And the nostalgia, like that's part of why I love IAD. There's something about it, and I know it's not set in our world. But like, it's just something about just like the Valkyries and like Nyx and just all of the jokes and like I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, gotta get back to that. There's something about paranormal that does like paranormal and written within the same time, like certain time period. I just love that vibe. It is so fun.
I mean, that's all I used to read.
Right? It's like it just gets me like in a certain headspace. So I'm just like, I love it. There's like I forget, I don't know if it's on. Is it Lost Girl where she's like a succubus? It's a television show, but it's very like I love that vibe where like light versus dark. She learns that she's fae or whatever. Like there's the fae world. She's the succubi. I like love that whole show. It's like total nostalgia, early 2000s. Like if you were to watch it for the first time now, it would be like, what is this production value? But it's just so fun.
Yeah. Well, one of the novellas for the series it's a time travel where the hero is a time traveling dragon shifter, and he's in present day to like steal or sell this piece of artwork that's from his time period, and she studies that piece of artwork as a living, and so he finds out she's his fated mate, and he kidnaps her and takes her to medieval times. And she like in one point she's like, well, how am I supposed to live here? I can't watch Buffy. Like I can't know what's gonna happen.
I love that. It's so
and it's just this short little novella and it's adorable.
What is it called?
Oh, which one?
Not be another round.
I think that's Dragon Swan in the it's I think 1.5 in the series or 2.5.
Okay.
One word Dragon Swan. I'll double check that.
Okay. Oh my God, that's so fun. Oh yeah, you're right. Dude, I cannot.
And some of these covers, man, it's just
paperback, like okay, I swear I'm gonna do another split right now. I'm gonna do another 30-minute split. But paperback is $142.
I see a version on it, or I just Googled it, and eBay has it for $561. I don't know if that's true or not.
What? Oh my God.
Or I think there's a $4 version too.
Oh my God. Her husband trying to poison her. I need to get on this train. Has everybody read these? Melissa's read so much.
So let's see. There we go.
Yes. What 50? Oh my God.
Yeah, so eBay.
This crap up to the freaking thing and making it visible. It's crazy. The things you learn.
Yeah. But yeah, Amazon like gets the people who just want a quick, easy search, but if you dig on eBay, you find it. Or thrift books.
In real life, her husband tried to kill her. Not my
Wait, what?
Of my accent coming out. In real life, her husband tried to kill her.
Dang, I had no clue. I hadn't like
T.
that is tea.
That's that. Tried to. He was not successful. Oh, I might need to do a little book report. Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay. I sense a reading blog, so I can add all of that in. I will read them.
Yeah, I'll say it like when did I read the first one?
Wow.
I don't know. I've been going through the series pretty quick. They're pretty addictive.
So
but not that you need to go into a rabbit hole.
She's her own fierce heroine. You know what?
Yeah.
I can't wait. I'm gonna be like upset for her on her behalf. Not that she needs that, but like I'm gonna read about this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! Wild.
Yeah. So.
Wild. Okay. You need to go. Do
yes.
you? Okay.
Yes, I need to go.
Part ways with you here, my lady.
Yes.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm wishing
I know.
you like deep, like taste spindles and everything, all the realms of sleep. I am.
I know. I'll have to get to the end of a chapter and hope that Katie Wilde is not going to leave me with a stupid cliffhanger where I'm going to just finish the book.
She's gonna make you laugh. She's gonna make you laugh. She is. But like, I pray that you know that you're off to sleep, that you're good, because I know. Yes. I'm gonna feel bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Luckily, I'm not like a true insomniac. I just have the problem of liking good books too much.
Oh yeah, see, yeah. I have to I have to put myself down because I could go. It's not good. But like, you know, I've gotten a lot better. I have tools, so like this is helping me get reading, like pointed reading done. Plus, I missed everybody. Like this is fun.
It is great fun. Well, if you do another sprint sometime soon, feel free to let me know.
I will. I think I'm doing one next week. So yeah, I'm doing them every week till we're done.
Okay. Awesome.
So I will let you know.
Bye, everyone.
Person. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
Night. I will prepare. Ooh, it's like so big. I have I'm going to prepare a 30-minute sprint. I am going to read Bren Weaver's newest release. So it's going to, I guess, be a dark rom-com, friends to lovers, serial killer romance. I'm very excited. So I'm going to finish up the prologue of Kiss of a Highlander, and I'm going to read Butcher and the Blackbird. So let me set up the timer here for us. And I'm thinking like a 30-minute sprint. Why not? Because same. I'm going to be up reading anyway. I'm going to be up reading anyway. And oh, really? I have to check her out. I'm thoroughly intrigued and on board. Thoroughly intrigued. I'm trying to rope Crystal into a buddy read. So if I have to send her the book, I will. But I'm already sold. Now I have to decide if I'm going to vlog it, because I've been so bad at like stopping to update or even talk about the books. I've just been reading. So I have our sprint prepared. I'm thinking 30 minutes. I don't think that's too long, right? And we will meet back here. Let me know how far you guys got, what you're reading. See you soon. I will mute myself. I'm also going to be, I should have been trying these crumble cookies and letting you know. So far, they're delicious. Who knows? See you soon. Let me start this. Boom. Okay, so The Butcher and Blackbird, I'm already enjoying. Let's see how far I got. Okay, I got the first 3 chapters in. This is the newest release from Bren Weaver, and I like it so far. I like serial killer romances because I like to get into like the psychopathy, but they both seem to be vigilante people hunters as well as hunting down other serial killers. So they're cleaning up, the trash, so to speak. And he kind of helps the heroine out of a bind in the very beginning, and that's sort of their meet cute. But it's like friendly banter. They're almost fans of each other's work. So I like that. And instead of this getting into like the gray matter, which I love, it feels visceral. Like at least on the part of like the heroine, it feels like she's killing to sort of like scratch an unsatiating itch. And I haven't gotten into Rowan's. He's completely smitten with her though. So I'm already enjoying it. I might finish it tonight. Did you guys get title of the book, The Butcher and the Blackbird? I'm going to show you the cover. I'm enjoying it already. The opening is kind of cute. I won't say what it is, but she gets caught up, sort of speak, and he rescues her. And they have like a meeting of the minds and then a sort of like challenge, if you will, which is like a fun like competition between them. And it's like keeping like their interests, where they were just kind of aimlessly doing it on their own. So I like that. I'm on page 39, The Drowning Woman. I need to look that up. Got to 60% into An Inconvenient Duke by Anna Perry. I have not read from her. Mystery plot more than the couple. Oh, okay. I like that. I can't believe I haven't read anything with serial killers. Oh, yes. I started with the Mindfuck series, but I didn't. I'd have to really think about like what my first, because I really love them. I like getting into like their psychopathy or psychopath romances. I really love that. But I think Bren Weaver, like this is going to be the second one where like, I think Marrow was the first of hers that I really liked, where like it's 2 serial killers. Like this is a rivals to lovers, where this is, I can see how they've become friends, although the hero's already smitten with her. Like he's smitten with her. But I like how they're like both serial killers going kind of head to head. There's a competition in this new one, but it's like friendly competition to kind of keep them, going, which I like. I'm halfway through my book. Oh my gosh. So I'm glad I picked something else up now before we start Reforged, because that's going to be our buddy read by Seth Haddon, I believe. So I think I'm going to pick up the audio. Oh, no, I got the audiobook because you got it. I have read the Mindfuck series, and I'm going to say that if you like that, then I highly recommend Black Sheep by Bren Weaver, who I'm reading right now. Because Black Sheep, I mean, it's giving Mindfuck vibes. The heroine is a serial killer, and the hero is definitely on her trail, yet he doesn't know. Yet it's set in an academic space. I believe she's getting her master's or her doctorate, and they're after the same cult. She has personal reasons. They both have personal reasons for why, but he's kind of like nipping at her heels, and he's smitten. They meet in a coffee shop similarly. And so I always tell people, if you like the Mindfuck series, you'd love Black Sheep, because I love it. I do like the Sinners duet as well. I have read that as well. And I do like that does feel like it needs to be a duet. Okay, because we know. I also like the Born Madly and Born Darkly. That's a serial killer romance by Trisha Wolfe, who co-wrote this with Bren Weaver. I like her Born Madly or Born Darkly like duet. That feels like it needs to be a duet series too. That gives me Saw vibes. That's real heady. Like Trisha Wolfe gets into a lot of the gray matter and like the psychology, because one of them is she is a shrink, and she is a shrink for like convicted like killers, and he just so happens to be, one of her cases, and it's their romance. So that one gets wild. And I will say the Sinners duet, I do think it feels like it needs to be a duet, where I'm tired of reading these books where I feel like I get it. We're supporting small businesses. And more often than not, at least for me, I'm supporting like small female businesses. But sometimes I'm like, this does not need to be a trilogy. This is one book. You know what I mean? So I do appreciate that. And the first one, I've got the illustrated cover, and I got There Is No Devil, There Are No Saints. That feels like it has like a completed end, and then we get into the rest of the story. So I did definitely, yes, read that, liked it. Oh yeah, Black Sheep. Because I feel like that's for me, I liked Black Sheep because not only do we get her backstory pretty early on, we know her reasons for why she's going after this cult, their romance. Okay, and there are some very interesting things with this team. Okay. Very interesting things that the hero is willing to do with this team. I'm just gonna say. Like, toys are fun. that gets very very steamy in a lot of fun ways, and it's also very dark, and I love the cat and mouse game that they don't really know that they're playing, and it gets into her gray matter, like can she love, can she fall for him, is he okay with like her limited ability to fall for him. I like that. Oh yes. Okay. So I will let you know, because I mean, like I'm game. You know me. I can read like more than one book at a time. I also would like to listen to Remain Nameless, the fan fiction. I know that has audio book on Spotify. I definitely want to read that as well. That's like my next big fanfic that I want to read. I did love the Fallout. I enjoyed the Fallout. I finished that. I have to DM you about it, Mel. And so, yeah, that's a great series for the readathon. I mean, they're all novellas, and you can log them in. I don't want to help all teams here, but it's a great one for the readathon. Oh, yeah, Black Sheep is definitely it. I definitely loved this, too. The opening scene of this book, though, like the revenge, like the like grandstand glitter bomb of it all, even though it's really dark, is just kind of like comedic to me. She is so mad. And you're like, why is she so mad at him? So I love Bryn Weaver. She is a neurologist. If you read her author's bio, which is something I will do sometimes to move books up on my TBR, I feel like if I know an author a little bit more about them, I'm more likely to like move their books up. It was her author's bio that got me to read Black Sheep. I was like obsessed. I just find her so interesting. And so she's in the academic space, and like some of the stuff that she's writing about, like the body farm in that, they're dark. I love it. It's so true. We are, okay? So sometimes I'm like, okay, girl, I know this is one book and you split it into 3. It's okay. I primarily read on Kindle Unlimited, so it's fine. And if I'm obsessed with an author, like I'm going to buy it. But you know, I have definitely felt like a lot of books, the books are getting longer. Okay, let me just say, and they've been cut up. So I appreciate when a duet is actually a duet, you know, when it feels like that. It's so true. We are supporting small businesses. Yes. I'm looking forward to like the cozy, slow burn, sweet fanfic, you know, Hermione fanfic, and it to be a little bit more character driven. I just think that would be nice. And I think I want to listen to it and read it, because doing that at night has really like calmed me down. Probably after this, I mean, look, we're going on almost 5 hours. I'm probably going to throw on some lofi beats and continue reading this. However, because of Bryn Weaver's writing, it's very like the cadence of it is very like quick. It's comedic, and like the dark part of it, I feel. I want to say, I don't want to say like relatable, but like she kind of has like underscores with meaning, so it's really engaging, and this isn't as calming. And so I think for something before bed, I would probably want to do like something like Remain Nameless, or continue on with Julianne Long, because that's more cozy. So I'll probably change up the book that I'm reading. Yes. Team Seductress, please throw up that point. Okay. Oh my God. I was telling Lynn, I was like, go, please get off. Do not make me influence you to stay on. I just knew I was going to settle into sprints tonight. And I actually initially anticipated just being on here by myself. So I am so grateful to everybody who jumped on. Like, really, because it was just kind of fun to see everybody in person. It was really sweet of me because I know that I was late for her. Oh, see? Yeah, and that's exactly the vibe that I'm looking for. So, and the fact that Jessin from Jessin Reads Romance not only like read it and then like read it over again, I'm like, okay, I trust her. I like trust her implicitly. So I'm game. I cannot wait for that. Oh, are they? I think I want to start doing them more often. Like, it'd just be nice a way for me to kind of be consistent because I'm reading it anyway. So I'm glad that there are people that still wanted to do a sprint. I know it's really late. And let me look on here so I can tell you what the next sprint's going to be for the Readathon since I have it here. I know that I'm going to be on Hannah's channel on Friday. She's hosting a sprint. And let me look up the next ones. I know that I'm going to be doing another one on the 25th. I'll probably do one sooner. I'm going to be on Crystal's channel on the 21st. That's going to be at 11 a.m. MST. So I believe that's 9 a.m. PST for me, but it's early enough for me to go before I go to work. So Crystal's going to be hosting sprints on the 21st. But let me see. The next one is going to be on Hannah's channel on the 18th, which is a Friday, and that's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern. And so I'll definitely be doing that. I know Joanna's hosting a sprint this weekend. So we got some sprints coming up, which is going to be great. I really wish I could be on April's. I'm just working. My boss is sick of me. I've taken so much time off. Taking so much time off. Okay. Like book bonanza. I went to Disney World for my best friend's bachelorette. I just went to her wedding. Like, they're like, when do you want to work? And then I'm also going to take some time off to see Bev. She's coming into Las Vegas. And I think, well, I know last year for Love in Las Vegas, the book signing, I just drove back and forth. I think this time I know I'm going to do a little staycation and I'm excited. So I'm going to stay at the event or the host hotel this time. I did read more. I think altogether we did 3 30-minute sprints and a 20-minute sprint. So that was, did we do more than that? I think that was pretty good. I think we at least did like nearly 2 hours of sprint. So that's good. But you know I can track. So the time is definitely adding up. Oh, yay. Right? Readathon Discords are everything. And I'm just loving it. I feel like I can't keep up, but I'm just like, I want to start contributing and hold me to it because I keep saying that on lives where I want to talk more in just the overall Readathon chat because I feel like I'm missing out on meeting people. I'm primarily in my team chat, okay, and in the strategy section. So I want to do like the overall like Readathon chat and key into the buddy reads because I'm so bad. I don't feel like I'm contributing to the buddy reads. Like Half a Soul, I read in one sitting. So I just went in there and like looked at what people had to say afterwards. And then with like 7-year slip, same thing. I primarily read this on the way to my best friend's wedding and on the way back on my flights. And so like I didn't even like do updates while I was reading. I've been really bad about that. So I'm still reading and listening to The Wicked and the Willing. That's still a buddy read. Although it's not the easiest book right now for me to go back to because I'm not sure if I I'm not sure if I like it or not. I'm intrigued by it. But what's really keeping me going is I'm interested to see what that Choose Your Own Ending. That's the sapphic historical that's set in Japan, 1920s, where like a madam is looking for, I think, a blood mistress. So it sounded like House of Hunger vibes. And so I am like enjoying it. I just haven't gone back to it because I have so many things. I'm also reading books for like The Last Couple for the audio and color grant program. So I haven't been talking about those books because those haven't been judged yet, and the winner hasn't been announced. And that's a program centered around helping BIPOC authors produce their first audiobook. So I'm really paying attention to those submissions. So I've kind of been bouncing back and forth with all of my reading. Yeah, I didn't really realize, like, I like, as a viewer, I like long sprints because it's nice to just have it on. Let's just be real here. Like, productivity, I'm already reading. I'll go through a lot of like video ideas. I have a lot more ideas than I'm doing filming. Okay. But I just like to have it there in the background. And now I'm realizing I do like longer sprints on here. I was a little nervous about being on here by myself, which I initially anticipated doing, but I feel fine. Like, I guess I'm just a chatty Cathy. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so glad. That makes me so happy because I finished this book. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to keep going. And I'm loving the new Bryn Weaver. So yes, go to Team Seductress. That makes me happy that people feel like they've gotten some reading done. It's like one person has gotten some reading done or found some sort of solace or escape or had fun. That makes me happy. I'm glad that I stayed on. I might do the Prince of Prohibition buddy read. The 1920 setting sounds fun and different. Definitely is. I think I do want to say is Joanna Shupe. Joanna Shupe was, I think, a Gilded Age New York as when Joanna Shupe got me into like 1920s. I'm trying to think if there's like another author, but I just loved what she was doing with that. So I definitely, when we were talking about Gaslamp and steampunk historicals, I gotta read Kiss of Steel by Beck McMasters, and I really want to get to Firelight by Kristen Callahan. If anybody else knows, there's also a recommendation that I got from Cynthia from Kindle After Dark. I am like just telling you all my stuff here because there's not a lot of people on here, so I'm like, who's really gonna scrub to the end of this? But I'm planning on doing a reading vlog where I'm reading all of the books. She sent me a ton of ebooks, just like so kind, and she gives me recommendations. I could also do one for Melissa. Like, it's not even funny. They give me so many recs, but I have a dedicated vlog planned. And this is supposed to be Gaslight as well, or correct me if I'm wrong. The Polar Expedition by Cass. I almost read this, but I'm saving it for a vlog so I can read all of her recommendations. But I really want to read this Monster Romance. I heard that it's sweet. I've never read a polar bear shift your monster romance. I don't even know if he shifts. He might say a polar bear, but this is Gaslamp as well, right? Like, interesting. Come on. So, but Joanna Shupe was definitely my favorite. Or got me into like Gilded Age, Barren by her, New York. 1920s. And so Wicked and the Willing being set in China, thoroughly interested. And Prince of Prohibition. Let's look. Because who's that by? I don't even know who the author is. I'm so bad. Let's look. Oh my gosh. So Apple's doing that thing where they're like slowing my phone down because they want me to get a newer model. It's not happening. So I'm dealing with the lag. I don't care. They're not getting any more of my money. I'll accept it for Christmas though, but no. Prince of Prohibition. Let's see. Oh, this is such a stunning cover. If I'm right, stop it right now. Is it by Marley Marks? Is it this? Look at that cover. Stop. Faye? What? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, you guys. Oh my God. Oh yeah, I'm reading that. 530 pages. Okay, I'll chunk it. This is where I go through the task of picking which book I'm gonna kick out of my Kindle Unlimited spot so I can keep this one. Or I just add it to the list if I can't choose. On the way here, I have so many books that I haven't finished. I have started Keeper of Enchanted Rooms. That one comes with for read and listen. I'm really enjoying that. That's like fantasy. It's romance. I do like Keeper of Enchanted Rooms. I'm like 70% into that. And I'm loving that. He like inherits this enchanted house. He's kind of like a reclusive, like lonely writer, gets this home, And because it's sort of like haunted, so to speak, but I believe, how do I describe her? Her task is to figure out like the magical signature and of this home and be on her way. And it's their romance. And she's kind of like buttoned up by the book. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. So needless to say, I'm not kicking that out of its spot on KU. What can I kick out? I also have Squeal, which is the second in the Squeakverse series. Okay, so I won't forget about Squeal. I can always download that again. I'm bumping Squeal out. I was supposed to be buddy reading that with Rachel from Rachel Reads Romance. So Rachel reads and sings, and she finished it. I haven't finished it. It was on my Summerween TBR that I never got to because that was at Disney World. But I love steampunk too. Does anybody know what they're doing for Halloween? Are you doing anything for Halloween yet? Because I'm like late. I really need to start prepping. The cover is stunning, right? My friend read and she liked it. Oh, okay. Yeah, the cover is really cute. Oh, yay. I love it. Like the cover is so good. So I'm gonna start it. And like I sit here and scoff at like 500 pages, but like I can get that done before I leave for work. That's typically what I do. Like I chunk it. Right? 20 is not enough. Because it's like I have endless Amazon lists, let's be real, but it's like I need those spots. It is always like I feel so guilty. It is always a conundrum, like which book am I gonna let go of? You know what I'm saying? Every single time. And they extended it to 20. What did we have before? Was it 15 or 10? Something like that. And like I don't even know how we were doing that. How were we doing that? Right? 530. This is what I'm talking about. These long books. Now, I would be really interested in talking to an author about since we all know Kindle Unlimited went up, I also hope that we all know that we can gift ourselves a Kindle Unlimited membership. You could gift yourself as little as 3 months, I believe, but I think they bumped it up to 6. So you can gift yourself. Caitlin, my girl Caitlin from The Love Librarian, did like a whole thing in her stories teaching people how to send yourself Kindle Unlimited memberships. Now, the gag is you have to have the 6 months up front, but it does bring the membership back down to $9.99. But since Kindle Unlimited went up, I'd be interested to talk to an author about if they're getting paid less per page. Because they get paid per page flip. And I also want to know if that's why the books are getting longer or if like that's just the era that we're in, right? Like small town was really big last year. Like if that's just the era that we're in, if authors have more to say, or if it's Kindle Unlimited page flips or not. I don't know. Because there's sometimes where I'm in books where like I'm just getting a little graphic, and that's it. Right? It's always hard. Like, which one do I kick out? Every time I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's a toss-up. Okay. That makes sense. And that almost like, it's so upsetting to me that they're getting paid less per page and we're getting charged more. And it's also like a thing too, as a consumer, where like, I can't say that I'm not going to buy from Amazon. One thing though, that I was really happy to find out, and hopefully if I can get this freaking video out, I went to my local bookstore, which is the bookstore that I donate to for my Libro FM. So now I have Libro FM along with Audible. It's starting to feel like my streaming services. I've got freaking Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, Paramount, Peacock, whatever, we all have too many streaming services now. Like it's starting to feel like that with the audiobooks, but I wanted a Libro FM because the draw for me was that charity element where it does donate to a local bookstore. And there's like a big, local bookstore called the Writer's Block here that's pretty famous because it's also like, it's very cute and everything like that. But I wanted to donate to Dragon Castle Books. It was like the first romance bookstore that Christy from Christy Reads a Lot found here that led me to more used bookstores because I assumed that Las Vegas didn't have romance. And when I went there recently, I think this was in week 1 of the Readathon, I asked the owner, because she's there day in and day out. I love her. She gave me a lot of cozy mystery recommendations. But I asked her if she was getting my Libro FM donations, and she said that she gets them. So it's like I don't see myself not using Amazon, despite all of the ethical reasons for why I probably shouldn't. But it does make you feel good that I am, you know what I mean, supporting something like Libro FM and trying to like balance it out. And then also this year, I've just started going to the library more often. It's just fun to get in there and see what they have. But yeah. But I wish buy to keep ebooks cost less, yes, especially big name titles. I get it if it's indie, but bougie authors do not need to charge. Yes. Yes. No, it's like, or so funny, like perfect example. I think we've shared this publicly, but like even like novellas that I love, like some of them are like $8 or like $5 for 80 pages. Like I don't want to pay $5 for 80 pages. It's crazy. Like the ebooks are high. But now I'm like realizing, like, do they have to be high because they aren't getting paid? Like it's Amazon, you know? It's crazy. But like you said, but to your point, to really get, but bougie authors, big time authors, yeah, price point's a little high. I agree. I've been using the hell out of it. Yeah. I've been loving the library. And like, instead of like making assumptions, like I thought, oh, there's not like a lot of romance, because when I initially looked, I couldn't find it. Let's just say I looked up the library, and when I went there, I'm dumb. Like we're in 2020. Like it was 2022 at the time, or 2021 at the time. I went and like the library was a strip club. Like it wasn't a library, but they have books. Like they have erotica there. So I was like, I was so confused. And I was trying to like vet bookstores because I knew everyone was coming into town. I was like, I cannot take them to a strip club bookstore. Anyway, I won't say if I went in or not. But yeah. So I was like running off the assumption that there wasn't any romance. And like, so the libraries, I've been loving. I've been using that library card. Heading to bed. You should, oh my gosh. Get some rest, Mel. I'm going to actually be getting off soon. I'm not sure if I'm going to do another spring. I might hop off. It's 4 hours and 44 minutes and 44 seconds. Interesting. Thank you. And then I'll reach out because we got to start Reforged soon. I love, yeah, that. Like you can look it up. Library is a strip club here. I learned that. The library is a strip club. But I love my local libraries. And you know what's been fun too is checking out the different branches, because there's one on Las Vegas Boulevard, very different vibe than the one that's in Summerlin here in Las Vegas for me. And I like checking it out. And some of them are like really on like the up and up in terms of the new releases. And I will say Nevada, like Las Vegas, their catalog is so much better than what I was working with before, which is Orange County, California, which is kind of like, which pulled me out of the library, being that Las Vegas has so many indie romance authors. They have such a good like selection here. So I'm really happy. I am really happy. And the library card comes with national park access, which I cannot wait to use. It's over 100 degrees here every day, so I haven't been using it lately. But once it starts cooling down, I cannot wait to start hiking. Oh. Yeah, so that's when allegedly and theoretically you can start getting library cards from other places. I know there are some libraries that sell their library card, you know, or you can theoretically use an address and get access. I know like there's some great library districts in Texas that have great catalogs that you could potentially do that with, theoretically and hypothetically. So that you can get some hoopla and Libby access, because I can't live without that. I love it. It's just added so much. Immediately when I find a book, I'm immediately going on like, okay, is it on KU? It's not on KU. Is it on any play, which I love. Any play is truly any play. It's not like script. It doesn't cut you off. There's a lot of romance. Then I'm checking hoopla, and then I'm checking Libby, Because sometimes there's a wait on Libby, but there's not a wait on Hoopla, or Any Play has it, or of course, Amazon has it, and now Libro FM. There's like so much to choose from. I love it. Oh, see, yeah. There are smart algorithm things, so I'm just gonna leave this comment up so that you could read that. Because yeah. So like this is great. So I mean, like, yeah. We get by with some help from our bookish friends. I love it. Because there's so much. I love when I see indie romances, because you just have to request it. And I've requested a lot for my library. So I'm very, like, I am going to be singing Las Vegas, like Clark County praises, because Beverly Jenkins is coming here. And it's through the library. Like, it's a library signing. So I'm so excited to meet her. Like, I'm thrilled. And I'm more excited that this is the perfect setting that I wanted my dad to be able to meet her in, because he'll actually be able to have a conversation with her and like spend some time. So I'm looking forward to it. I just need to make sure I'm finalizing whether I need a ticket or not, because they're very like lax about it. And I'm like, no, I need guarantees. So I can't wait. Hypothetically. So, all right. I think I'm going to close this stream out. It has been long. I have to thank you for all of the recommendations. And if you've been here since the beginning, oh my gosh, or you've popped in and out or just been here at all, thank you for joining me. I had so much fun. As I've said, I believe the next live show or the reading sprints for the Readathon is going to be on Hannah's channel. I think it's going to be on the 18th, 7 p.m. Eastern. I will definitely be sharing on my socials, and I'm sure it'll be in the Discord. And the next one I'll be on, which will be on Friday, Hannah's. And then after that, I know that Crystal, fellow co-team host leader, will be hosting a sprint on her channel a little bit earlier. That'll be the 21st, and it's going to be 11 a.m. MST, Mountain Time. So I'll be on that as well. So I cannot wait. Thank you so much for joining me. Happy reading. I feel like I got a lot done. I feel like I got so much done. So thank you for joining me. And let me know how it's going in the Discord. Let me know. I will talk to you guys soon. Bye. Thank you for joining me. This is so much.